You see us up here?
Yes.
Searching.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Okay, we'll go ahead and just wait till the team's ready to get started. And Catherine, you just let me know when you're ready. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We're just waiting for the team to be ready to. We're live streaming from 11 different places in California, so I just need a little quick minute to let them get together and get organized.
Good morning, Chair Cifuentes. We're ready to begin now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Gonzalez. Okay, Catherine, I'll wait till you're recording and then I'll start. Okay, all right, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. I'd like to go ahead and call our meeting to order, the California Student Aid Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, December 4th, 2025 at 9:03 a.m. Before we start our meeting, I'm going to have Catherine share a brief overview of some of our meeting procedures and protocols today. So thank you, Catherine, for all your hard work and for being here with us.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. Welcome, everyone, to the December 4th, 2025 CSAC meeting. To assess today's agenda, please visit our website at csac.ca.gov. Navigate to the About tab, select Commission from the left menu, and select Meeting Schedule and Materials. From there, you will be able to find the meeting agenda in blue. Members of the public may comment on specific agenda items or during the public forum. In-person attendees at 1102 Q Street in Sacramento, California, must complete a public comment card available at the board liaison table. Virtual attendees may use the raise hand feature on the Zoom platform. After each agenda item, individuals will be called to address the commission in the order requested received. We have 9 confirmed locations for today's meeting. We will begin public comments at 1102 Q Street in Sacramento and subsequently follow to other locations, which will each be called in alphabetical order, and wrap up with virtual comments. You will each have 2 minutes. A quick reminder that closed caption is available via Zoom platform. To enable, click the CC icon on the bottom of the screen. This concludes my remarks, and I will hand it off to Chair Catalina Cifuentes to get us started.
Thank you so much, Catherine. At this time, if you can please go ahead and help us out to start roll call, please.
Perfect. Roll call. Chair Cifuentes.
Here.
Commissioner Lisa Cardosa.
Present.
Commissioner Vice Chair Patrick Day. Commissioner Shannon Gary.
Present.
Commissioner Secretary Deborah Maxey.
Here.
Commissioner Eva Robinson. Here. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Present.
Commissioner Saravia. Commissioner Chalvane.
Present.
Perfect. We have met, Chair Cifuentes, we have met, quorum is established.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you everyone for today. Just being patient. Remember, we are live streaming or hosting the meeting in 11 different spots in California, which is great. And there's opportunity for others to join us throughout the state. So thank you for all the work to all your teams in the different parts of the state to make sure we can bring this meeting to them. So, just we'll navigate today together if we have public comment from different spots of our state. All right, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn our conversation over to our Interim General Counsel, Edmundo Aguilar, to present item number 5. This is our commission closed session. It is recommended the commission approve by a 2/3 vote a discussion on potential security threats to CSAC property, including electronic data, during closed session. Once our General Counsel Aguilar conducts the vote, all commissioners attending virtually will be placed into the appropriate breakout room. So at this time, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Edmundo.
Thank you, Chair. So generally, under the California Government Code Section 11126A, the California Student Aid Commission hereby provides public notice that it may meet in closed session regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, performance, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee. In addition, pursuant to California Government Code Section 11126CET, the California Student Aid Commission may meet in its closed session regarding potential security threats to CSAC properties such as electronic data, and can convene such meeting upon the approval of a 2/3 vote those present at the meeting. Finally, pursuant to California Government Code Section 11126 subdivision E1, the commission may also meet in closed session regarding pending litigation as defined by subdivision E2 capital BI. So at this time, I'd like to ask you, Chair, if we could call for a vote as to whether we can go into closed session regarding the question of data security, and we will need a 2/3 vote in order to go on that particular item.
Okay, thank you so much. So at this time, we will go ahead and do a roll call voting to hope to get the 2/3 vote. So with that, I'll turn over to Catherine for a roll call.
I will begin with Commissioner Chair Cifuentes.
Yes.
I'll move over to Commissioner Cardosa.
Yes.
I'll move over to Commissioner Vice Chair Day. Can you repeat that once more? I'll move over to Commissioner Shannon Gary.
Yes.
I'll move over to Commissioner Secretary Maxey.
Yes.
I'll move over to Commissioner Eva Robinson.
Yes.
I'll move over to Commissioner Angel Rodriguez.
Yes.
I'll move over to Commissioner Chalvane.
Yes.
Perfect.
So we note that we have more than the 2/3 and we can go in closed session under the law.
Okay, thank you so much. So at this time, we are going to transition to closed session. We're anticipating closed session will take us approximately an hour, maybe a little bit less. So it's at 9:10 right now. So we would be back here in this main Zoom room probably by 10:10. I mean, if you want to come a few minutes earlier, I mean, we may be back already, but we're going to go ahead and say 1 hour for closed session. So thank you so much for being here this morning, and we hope we see you back at 10:10. So Catherine, you just let me know when you're ready.
Chair Cifuentes, we're just waiting for Commissioner Robinson and our general counsel to come
Okay.
downstairs.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. We have 11 locations going on right now, so just waiting for everyone to get back before we start. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Are we good to go, Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes, Chair Cifuentes, we're ready.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for being so patient with us. We know we went over 30 minutes and had planned, but we thank you for your patience, and we can report out that no action was taken during closed session. So we can go ahead and move on to item number 4, Chair's report. I just want to say thank you all for being here. We're excited for a day of learning, a day of connecting, and just super first off to welcome welcome again our Commissioner Haynes. Brian Haynes, he's unable to join us today, but Brian Haynes is our Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs at University of California, Riverside. And so he was reappointed to stay on the commission with us. So Commissioner Haynes, we're excited to have you back with us, and I know we'll see you at the next meeting. We also want to welcome new to the commission. We have a new commissioner. Before we say goodbye to Commissioner Brian, Chris Ferguson, who is the Executive Vice Chancellor of Finance and Strategic Initiatives, will be joining us as the newest commissioner at our next meeting. And he was just appointed, and because of scheduling conflicts, he was unable to be here with us today, but he will be joining us in the future. With that, I also want to say, I know he's not here today, but we'll definitely be recognizing him and thanking him for his service. Is Commissioner David O'Brien. He is coming off the commission, and I don't know CSAC without David. And when I started as a commissioner, he was working with CSAC. He was a CSAC team member, and so I don't know the last 10 years what CSAC's like to not having Commissioner O'Brien there. So we just want to say thank you for his service. Thank you for all he's done for CSAC, and I personally want to say thank you for what he's done for me and the support he's offered me and onboarded me and answered my tons of questions. And so we will give him a proper goodbye when we'll have him join a meeting, and we'll see him soon. But just want to make sure we say thank you to him and for the work we do. We know this is our public service, our commitment to students, but we know he's busy and he's always made time for the work of CSAC. So we want to say thank you to Commissioner O'Brien. I just want to start off by saying thank you to all the universities and the K-12 school districts and everyone pushing for financial aid applications. October 1st is going. We're in December. We just closed out some college applications, but we continue to have our students apply. And I know now it's FAFSA time and California Dream Act time. So I want to say thank you to all of our CalSOAPs, all of the CSAC team. We know the phones are ringing off the hook and questions are being answered, and we already have, over 30% of the students in class of 2026 alone have already submitted a financial aid application in California. So that does not happen easily. When we look at some of those dashboards and they say this state's ahead of California, I'm like, yeah, but we submit like 5 times that amount. You got 30,000, we got like 300,000. Okay. So, you know me, I'm competitive. But just want to say thank you for the work. And with that, I want to go ahead and turn it over to our executive director so we can catch up on some time. So we'll move on to item number 5. And I'll turn it over to our executive director, Dr. Daisy Gonzalez.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. Good morning, commissioners, members of the public, our students who are here with us today. I've condensed it down to 3 tiny little notes on my end. So I am not scripted, which is always dangerous. I wanted to show you some photos because that's the fastest way that I could really welcome us back into the space, into our last meeting of the year 2025. The team has been incredibly busy, from a launch week to multiple events, CalSOAPs, everyone across the state energized, of course. We remain concerned. It is December, things start to shut down. So January and February, we have to come back to the urgency of helping students apply for financial aid. You have a really robust agenda today, a lot of key deliverables. I want to make sure that I thank Tay and Alessandra and his team. Really important agenda items like our renewal process being expedited, our DIA update, which will be provided by Sandy and Libby today. And then our SEER survey with Dr. Fuller and Dr. Moldoff. It was done in-house this year. And so I want to give them deep gratitude and save a lot of time for them. You're also going to see a brand new item, which will become a regular item in all agendas. And that's the CSAC Student Success Blueprint in Action. Today, you'll hear a presentation by our Chief Deputy, Carolina Missler. And we're joined by the Executive Director of SIB, the Scholarship Investment Board, Cassandra D. Benedetto, who has been a key partner as we've been thinking about Cal Kids. If we could go to the next slide, please. I also want to thank, of course, Commissioner O'Brien. I don't know a CSAC without David O'Brien. And I worked with him for many years, but he has been incredibly helpful for our students. You have a champion at the community colleges, someone who's student-centered. And for all of us at CSAC, we now have another ally who knows exactly how financial aid works and all the places we can improve it. And so I just want to say thank you, David, for your partnership as we were developing a multi-year strategic plan for CSAC. I want to welcome Commissioner Haynes back. He's been appointed until 2029. And welcome Chris Ferguson, Executive Vice Chancellor at the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office. 3 items for us to keep top of mind because this team has been very busy. You have a full written report from me in your agenda today. But these numbers keep me up at night, not because they're bad numbers, because they're good numbers. 72,000 students who will receive communications from CSAC. These are the high school entitlement students. So these are high school students who Tay and team will be communicating. They automatically qualify for a Cal Grant. And we want them to claim their Cal Grant eligibility here in California. 30,000 Cal Kids accounts claimed in the first 30 days of launching that partnership. So when we integrated Cal Kids with the support of Cassandra and Civ, 30,000 Cal Kids accounts in the first 30 days when that was integrated into our web grant system. And it would not be possible without Dr. Moldoff, Edmundo, and Catalina Missler, and Tay, and really all of you as commissioners for supporting that vision. It was a part of our blueprint. And then the last one, over 1,200 already events, whether they were virtual or in person, just to be able to launch the 26-27 financial aid cycle, not just on time this year, but with the same excitement. Our numbers are looking positive, but we can't give up. Why? Because at the same time, we're seeing the challenges that many of our students from mixed status families to undocumented students continue to face, a lot of misinformation. And so I'll end by just affirming this. Our colleagues at Immigrants Rising have a very clear call to action. AB 540 is legal in the state of California. The California DREAM Act application is open. It is not just legal, but it is open and here for every Californian. So with that, Chair Cifuentes, I want to hand it back to you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions for our Executive Director Gonzalez? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. At this time, we are going to move our agenda around just a little bit. We're going to move and take item number 15, comments on items not on the agenda. We're going to go ahead and move that up for any items on an agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Catherine to just give us some information about public items specifically.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. For public comment for item 15, now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand features. We will start with in-person comments at the 1102 Q Street in Sacramento, then move to other locations and conclude with virtual comments. Keep in mind, you will have 2 minutes. With that, we have a total of 3 public comments in Sacramento. We will begin with requester name Maggie White, affiliation CSU Chancellor Office. Let's have this different go first.
Oh, we send it in order of receipt.
Okay.
Good.
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for making space and time for me today. My name is Maggie White. I am a senior legislative advocate with the CSU Chancellor's Office. I'm happy to be here with you today. The CSU has been pleased to work hand in hand with the California Student Aid Commission to ensure that higher education is affordable to students across California. Each year, more than 110,000 CSU students are assisted in their educational journey by a Cal Grant award. This partnership has allowed 84% of our students to receive some form of financial aid and 64% of our students to graduate without any student loan debt. I'm pleased to share with you that in September, the CSU Board of Trustees adopted a new strategic plan called CSU Forward. It has an ambitious goal of ensuring that all students from families earning under $75,000 a year can graduate debt-free, as well as expanding access to more adult learners seeking to earn a bachelor's degree. We know that every dollar in the Cal Grant program is critical to supporting students. If there ever is an opportunity to further expand the parameters of the Cal Grant program in this budget environment, We remind the Commission that not all CSU programs are currently Cal Grant eligible. This includes our professional and continuing education programs, which enroll thousands of students, many of whom are adult learners earning bachelor's degrees in programs such as nursing and business administration. We look forward at the CSU to continuing to be a strong partner with CSAC as we work together to implement our strategic plans and proudly serve California students at our fantastic California institutions. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Maggie. We will now proceed to the other in-person comments. Brian Lizarraga.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Brian Lizarraga. I'm a California resident from West Sacramento, and I'm enrolled in Arizona State's Watts College of Public Service and Community Solutions online degree program. I'm addressing the Commission today because I want to tell my story about the barriers to accessing higher education and how Arizona State's online degree program allowed me to overcome these barriers. I chose Arizona State University because it is the best fit for my professional and academic goals. I am deeply committed to pursuing a career in public service where I can help others. I've been able to pursue my degree with Arizona State while interning in the California State Legislature. Since enrolling into Arizona State, I was able to intern in the California State Assembly through Arizona State's Sacramento Scholar Program, and this led me to pursue an internship in the California State Senate, my current position. 4 months into my college education, I was answering phone calls from constituents, helping support legislation, and meeting with constituents and lobbyists. I would not have been able to pursue these internships without the support, flexibility, and structure provided to me by my Arizona State online degree program. I am from California. I currently live in California, and I plan to pursue a public service career in California. Yet, unlike my peers who are attending other colleges in California, I am unable to use a Cal Grant for my degree. Attending college is expensive, and restricting me from using Cal Grants at Arizona State makes it harder for students like me. I would like to thank the Commission for allowing me to speak, and I ask that you keep students like me in mind when deciding on Arizona State's application to the Cal Grants program. Thank you guys, everyone.
Thank you very much. We will now be proceeding to the last in-person public comment that was submitted. Christian Osnana.
Good morning. My name is Christian Osmenya. I'm the Vice President for Planning at Arizona State University, and I'm also a proud ASU student. As you may be aware, and as you just heard on behalf of our California students, ASU is applied to participate in the Cal Grant program. We appreciate the Commission's review of the application, and we thank especially Executive Director Gonzalez for her attention to this issue. I wanted to take just a short opportunity to share with you some background about ASU and ASU's engagement in California. To begin, ASU is a California university recognized and regulated by the state of California. In all our work, including in California, we're guided by the ASU Charter. That charter says, in part, ASU is a comprehensive public research university measured not by whom it excludes, but by whom it includes and how they succeed. Consistent with that charter, ASU is increasing student access to higher education for Californians, regardless of their path to education and wherever they are. We are proud that ASU now enrolls 25,000 Californians each year, with 5,000 California graduates annually. And to respond to the tremendous demand for higher education, we established a physical presence in California more than a decade ago. And 6 years ago, chose to anchor ourselves in downtown Los Angeles, where we now maintain 2 locations collectively called the ASU California Center. At the California Center, we currently offer undergraduate degrees in fashion and film and graduate degrees in artificial intelligence, all programs that serve industries that are unique to California's strengths. We're excited to partner with the Commission on its Student Success Blueprint. Like you all, we are committed to eliminating barriers to the 6.8 million adult learners who need education and job training to access opportunities and social mobility. The programs we serve enroll the very students you have prioritized, working adults, parents, and students in rural areas. And our students are taught by the same research university faculty that our campus-based students benefit from. And we do this work in partnership with employers. It's just one example, the Starbucks College Achievement Plan, and similar programs provide 100% tuition coverage for eligible employees. This is an at-scale workforce development model already serving thousands of Californians. We're also especially proud to be a destination for California community college students. We provide seamless transfer pathways and university scholarships to make the journey to a four-year degree clear for students who begin at a California community college. To close, we're here today because our students deserve Cal Grants for the same reason that all California Cal Grant recipients need them, to make their college aspirations possible. We've appreciated the Commission's staff support over many years as we've explored how to make this possible. And we want to emphasize that we are now applying to participate in the program as a California public post-secondary educational institution. We look forward to opportunities to collaborate with you all and to advance student success for all Californians. I hope you'll reach out if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will now move on to the virtual space. I will call out each location that is attending and give a 2-second brief. I'll begin with American River College, California State University Northridge, California State University Sacramento, Hotel Maya in Long Beach, Riverside County Office of Education, San Diego Community College District, University of California, Riverside, University of San Francisco, and lastly, the Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. If there are any virtual attendees, please unmute yourself. Thank you. I will now pass it back to Chair Cifuentes.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Thank you all for your public comment and for coming to Sacramento, to Rancho Cordova. And want to say thank you, especially to our students, for taking the time. We know how busy you are to share your thoughts, and we just appreciate your commitment and sharing your thoughts and your feelings, and we look forward to working with you. So thank you. All right, we will go ahead and move on to item number 6, CSAC Student Success Blueprint in Action. This is an information item, and an item I'm definitely excited. I can't wait for you guys to hear all the great things happening. So I will turn it over to Catalina Missler, our Chief Deputy Executive Director, to review this item with us.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes, and really excited about this opportunity too, and excited to share the information. I also want to recognize Chair Cifuentes is also being a leader in this, and as many of you know, I've been here a long time, and this has been a discussion of wanting to reach students much earlier before they enter their senior year. So when this opportunity came before us, there was no way we were going to say no. So I'm very thankful that Chair Cifuentes has also been taking the lead on this and being part of the scholarship board. So in terms of, we are at the point where we're going to provide an update. I'm also proud to be presenting this item alongside Dr. Jessica Moldow and our special partner, Executive Director of Scholarshare Investment Board, Cassandra Di Benedetto. I also want to thank you, commissioners, for taking action last March in adopting the blueprint as a living document to be reviewed annually with regular review of progress at each meeting. So this item provides you with the opportunity to review the impact of the blueprint and our partnerships. We're excited to present to you the first review of the California Kids Investment and Development Savings Program, CalKids, partnership, and the progress we are making on the Student Success Blueprint. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm out a minute ahead of you.
That's okay. So the Student Success Blueprint, Achieving Equity in Higher Education Affordability, is a 5-year strategic plan to support Californians and education segments to provide affordable and equitable higher education opportunities for today's students and future learners. Our 3 goals focus on the student journey in our work and center equity to create pathways for Californians of all backgrounds. Our 3 goals of equitable access, equitable support, and equitable success. CSAC believes that through collective efforts, we can address statewide workforce needs and economic mobility at scale. Next slide. And how are we going to do this? I think that's the question as when we first began developing the student success blueprint, it was more of how can we stay focused so that we can deliver and we can achieve the goals of the blueprint. So it's our framework to align with our mission of promoting educational equity by making post-secondary education affordable for all Californians. So over the next 5 years, we seek to achieve our ambitious goals, which require partnerships to bring resources closer to the students, change state and federal policies, and reimagine implementation practices, and grow new partnerships that center student success in all our actions. Next slide. So the CalKids partnership falls under the support goal of support and with the outcome to be to partner with segments, basic needs organizations, state and federal agencies to deploy data sharing and technology solution partnerships to expand awareness and streamline access to state and federal programs or services that support student basic needs. Our partnership with the Scholar Share Investment Board allows us to collectively reduce financial aid barriers for students as they begin and continue their educational pathways. This is a significant, and I put an emphasis on that, significant step in connecting with students much earlier than what our practice has been in prior years, where sometimes it may be too late for students and families to make decisions as to whether their children can continue their educational pathway beyond high school. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Moldoff.
Thank you, Catalina. Next slide, please. So good morning, commissioners. I'm so excited to be here today to tell you all about what we've been able to accomplish through a record, I think, timing of data sharing with the Scholar Share Investment Board. In order to achieve this goal of equity and support, we've been working with the Scholar Share Investment Board, with CalKids, on how to integrate CalKids information into our WebGrants platform, both for LEAs and also for students through our WebGrants for Students platform. Next slide, please. So of course, like any IT enhancer, we've had to do this through multiple phases. Phase 1 is to put it into our student portal and WebGrants for Students. Students already use WebGrants for Students in order to get information about their state financial aid, Cal Grant, middle class scholarship, Chafee. And this phase was meant to incorporate CalKids into that list as well, as you can see in the screenshot here. So students create WebGrants for Students accounts after we receive their FAFSA. So once they have that account created and once we're able to do the match on the back end, then we can show students this information. So the data that we're getting from CalKids is basically all students now basically age, I believe age 14 and up, whether they have an account, whether they've claimed their account crucially, and then whether they have a disbursement for an account. And we get their state student ID number in order to make that match within our own system to make sure that we're showing students the correct information. We're able to identify them within this system. So when they log into the WebGrants for Students portal, they will see if they have an account. They have CalKids listed as one of their options. And then on the next slide, actually, sorry, go back. I thought we were going to have it. So I guess we missed that one in here. But basically what will show up when the student logs in, and you can see this in the GSA that we released when this first went into production 2 months ago, that a student will go in and they'll see if they have claimed their account, then it will just have a link for them to log into their account on the CalKids website. If they have not claimed their account, then there'll be a redirect link for them to go ahead and do that claiming. We also provide the student their SSID, the state student ID, which is what they need in order to claim their account on the CalKids website. So this is phase 1, is a direct outreach to students who have a WebGrants for Students account. We also hope to, in the future, make email students if we know that we have their account available in order to nudge them to go access that. But for now, we've set it up so if they happen to be in there checking their Cal Grant, they can also see that they have a Cal Kits available. Next slide, please. So, like I mentioned on the previous slide, we're doing outreach directly to students, but also for LEAs for high schools. So already, some of you may know that we already have an account. We already have a report in our Web Grants for Institutions platform, which 12th grade counselors and other people who have access to web grants can download a report that initially is really our tool for the All-In campaign for 23-24 for the FAFSA completion. So initially we have an account that lists all students who are currently enrolled in 12th grade for a given school, whether or not we have a financial aid application for them, whether or not we have a GPA for them, and whether or not they've been awarded a Cal Grant or not. An easy way to incorporate Cal Kids was just to add another column to this report, which is what we've done. So this is already live within Web Grants. Anyone who is an LEA user of Web Grants can go in, download that same financial aid status report, and they'll just see a new column that has Cal Kids claimed, and it'll be a yes if they already claimed it, a no if they haven't and thus need to take that action, or if they don't have an account, it'll just be null in that report. So that's phase one of our LEA report, but that's only for 12th grade students because that's who that report was initially designed for. We are currently, our IT staff are currently working on the second phase of this, which will be a report that's just Cal Kids. It just has that account claim column. But it will be not just for 12th graders, it'll be 9th through 12th graders through some expanded partnerships with the California Department of Education. We're able to get weekly enrollment information for all public schools within California. So we're able to have that information shown for currently enrolled 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. So high school users will be able to access that information through the Web Grants account. Next slide, please. So that's the first half of it. Of course, the next part is we also want to make sure that we get students who are already enrolled in higher ed, who've already graduated from high school, because of course, Cal Kids has been around for a number of years now. So a number of the initially seeded accounts are now being held by students who are hopefully in higher ed, maybe thinking about going to higher ed. So the next phase, phase three, after we get all those earlier phases done, it will be to actually do a higher ed report. The tricky thing here is that we are able to do this data sharing with Cal Kids with the partnership also with the California Department of Education, because we're using the state student ID numbers in order to match students. We need to have basically the blessing, for lack of a better term, from CDE in order to do this match. We can do it easily with LEAs because, again, we get information of who is currently enrolled. So we're able to pass on that information according to FERPA privacy laws. Higher ed, it's a little trickier because, as many of you are probably well aware, we don't have real-time data on enrollment for our higher ed institutions. Oftentimes, we only know that a student is there when the school reports to us that they have been paid. So what our understanding with the California Department of Education is that we can release the Cal Kids information. We can identify which higher ed enrolled students have a Cal Kids account to their institution, but we have to confirm enrollment. So and that needs to be taken in either two different ways. We're still working with our segmental partners to figure out which route we're going to take. But basically, there is what we like to think of as student-centered approach, where the school will just upload the entire enrollment file, and then we can tell them of all their students who are enrolled who has a Cal Kids account that needs to be claimed or has one, but it hasn't been dispersed yet. But for that, the school has to initiate it. They have to tell us everyone in order for us to know who to match against. Versus for the alternative right now is that it would just be an add-on for paid awards. Like I said, we only know a student is enrolled right now when the school says that they're eligible for payment. So with that, we would basically have to only tell a school that a student also has a Cal Kids account if they've already had like their Cal Grant or their middle class scholarship or their CHA fee paid at that institution. So a little bit of a delay in information about Cal Kids. but there's no additional data that is needed for that. So this is something that is phase 3 because it still needs a little bit more cooking. But we're very excited to also get this phase going so then we can really utilize and outreach to all the students that we receive information for. To give you a sense, so I mentioned we're getting data for anyone who's age 14 and up who has a CalKids account. That's 3 million accounts that we're getting information from, that we're trying to help get the claim rates up. I think when the initial data that we got, the claim rate was about maybe 20% for those accounts. So we're really hoping to see some strong gains now that we're able to create these really tangible connections to the CalKids data and the platforms we have in order to outreach to students, LEAs, and higher ed institutions. And then with that, actually, in the next slide, we'll show exactly that, our impact. So we're looking right now at the number of accounts that we've had over time at this point. Yeah, so this is basically a subset of the accounts that we were able to have between October and November. There are a little more accounts are here for, I mentioned we actually have more data than this because our initial agreement with CalKids was to only do age 16 and up. But then once we realized that we were able to support more than just high school seniors, that's when we amended our MOU kind of at the last minute to be 14 and up. So that's why you don't see quite the full amount of accounts here, because those younger students are not reflected here. But even here, just those students who we had information in both the initial upload at the beginning of October and the second upload in November, you can see our difference. And this is where that 30,000 number is that Dr. Gonzalez mentioned earlier, is that we saw, if you can see the rows specifically for age 17, age 18, we saw just in that second data transfer, a 17% increase in accounts that were claimed, with the total change of 9%, and then 30,000 accounts. So this was just October to November. This is only the first 30 days. We are actually waiting on, we receive some new data basically every, I think first Tuesday of the month, we're going to be getting a new a data refresh, which will have the same students who have accounts, because that's not really changing, but it will update who has claimed the accounts. So soon, hopefully later today even, we should be able to have even more data on where we're at here in the beginning of December for these CalKids accounts, because I know that we've been doing more to inform the LEAs that this is a new tool that they can use in order to make sure that these dollars are claimed. And then the next slide is our next steps. Sorry, so like I said, we're only in phase 1 right now. We've only released the module for web grants for students and the 12th grade report enhancement. We're hoping to launch phase 2 and phase 3 very soon. Phase 2 will definitely be by the spring of 2026. Phase 3 hopefully will follow shortly after that. Also, I mentioned that we have the module within web grants for students. We're also hoping to do direct outreach to those students. We're going to partner with CalKids in order to do that marketing, to do some co-branded communication with students using the email addresses we have for them in order to make sure that they can log into their web grants accounts and see what their status is. We're also working on a dashboard, so a public dashboard of claim rates. I know Riverside County, of course, is the leader in doing a CalKids dashboard of showing where the accounts are and the claim rates for different schools. We're hoping to do the same thing on a state level now that we have that data. So that will probably be released in tandem with phase 2, the 9th through 12th grade report. And then also, not related to CalKids, but also related to this outcome, as Catalina mentioned, we want to do more than just one type of connection. So once this CalKids one is buttoned up, we're going to move on to CalFresh. We're going to try to do, at least in the beginning, a fairly straightforward identification of students who are likely eligible, that then we can do a similar kind of redirect of like, hey, like you qualify for Pell Grant or you have like a 0 SAI, you should probably go to the CalFresh website and apply, and then give them some more information there. So that's something that we're hoping to talk to CDSS on in order to implement soon as well. So that will be the next integration of things other than our own state financial aid programs that can help our students succeed. So with that, I believe now I will pass it off to Cassandra Di Benedetto. Next slide, please. The Executive Director of Scholarship Investment Board. So thank you so much for your partnership on this, Cassandra, and take it away.
Thanks, Jessica. Good morning, everyone. As Jessica said, I'm Cassandra Di Benedetto. I'm the Executive Director of the Scholarship Investment Board, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak with you today and share the progress of CalKids, California's statewide children's savings program that serves more than 5 million newborn and school-aged kids. My team and I have been deeply focused over the past year on one core mission, and that is ensuring that every eligible student, and not just some students, know they have money waiting for them and understand how to use it to reduce the costs of college and career training. And achieving that goal depends on strong partnerships and smart, secure data sharing, which is why our collaboration with CSAC is so essential. For many families, especially first generation college goers and low to moderate income household, awareness is the barrier, not eligibility. We hear it over and over. I had no idea my child had money waiting for them. I had no idea I had this money to help me. And so CalKids has made some historic strides. We have almost 800,000 accounts claimed and more than $50 million distributed. But the reality is that families need clear, trusted touch points at the exact moment when college decisions are being made. And there's no more trusted statewide education gateway than CSAC's platforms, especially for students completing FAFSA data. And that's why this partnership matters so very much. Jessica went over what we've accomplished over the past couple of months. It's been amazing to see the growth just from adding this additional step to the portal. It's been great. The CalKids and CSAC are natural and essential partnership. CSAC meets them at the moment of college planning when finances are top of mind. CalKids often speak with students years earlier, sometimes as much as newborns with parents. So together, we're kind of creating this seamless financial aid story from cradle to career. And so it's really very, it's just great watching this grow. And we want to talk about our next focus, which currently it's high school students, but our partnership will not stop there. As Jessica indicated, we are expanding outreach to earlier ages. Aligning with CSAC's emerging data system. We'll be integrating CalKids notification wherever students and families already are through email, texting, the dashboards, parent portals, and we're going to continue data synchronization so program eligibility and matching records remain up to date and seamless. This is not something we've been able to do as an agency, but we are able to do through our partnership with CSAC, and we're very grateful for that. And we look forward to doing joint outreach to schools, districts, and community-based organizations to ensure consistent messaging. I just appreciate all the work of the board and Dr. Gonzalez and Jessica. Everyone has been wonderful to work with. This is a natural partnership that has really aided in promoting the program across the board. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Cassandra, and really appreciate the work that we've been able to do together with our teams, and looking forward for more opportunities to continue to expand the communications. Great to hear about the parent portal. That's one thing too that we also encourage students to provide the information to their parents, but when the email sometimes goes directly to the student and the parent never sees it, we know how critical it is for parents to also have that information. So appreciate all the work. Thank you, Dr. Moldahl. And turn it back to the chair.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to go over open up for questions from our commissioners. You can raise your hand or just,
I know, I was trying to raise my, but
okay, go for it, Commissioner Cardoso, go for it.
So, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. First of all, congratulations and thank you. I just cannot tell you how incredibly impressed I am with this move and this important connection and how data sharing is so important to the work that we're doing for our students and the number of students who will benefit. So thank you all around. My question is more on the next phases. I think CalFresh is such an important piece. We're seeing, right, an increase in need right now, especially at the community colleges. And so I'm curious when that integration, Dr. Moldoff, you think will come about. That's really exciting to hear.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess I want to also clarify that the integration will be, it will not involve any data, I guess is
Okay.
the tricky thing about the CalFresh one. I know there are a lot of people who have a pie in the sky view of like, oh, we already get their information from the FAFSA, like we'll just pipe it into CalFresh. It's like, it is not the same. Like the household numbers are different, the income numbers are different, especially now with all the restrictions for the IRS data coming from the FAFSA, we just really can't make it happen. What we can do is kind of what I mentioned, like we can identify students who have like a 0 SAI or less, like a negative 1500 to a 0 SAI. So basically they're fully Pell eligible. Ones who we already send notification letters to because their Cal Grant is partially funded by TANF, so they're eligible for the work exemption for students. Those are things that we can basically use as like a yes/no flag to then show them an outlink to be like, oh, hey, like you may be eligible, go here and find out more. Which essentially is where the CalKids is too, where it's like we have information, like we know you have an account, you haven't claimed it, go do this thing somewhere else. Which is certainly, I mean, I think a lot of it is that a student just doesn't know that that's possible. So definitely looking to see what we can do just from saying like, hey, you may not have thought of this, but go ahead and see what happens. So given that it's not very technical, we really just have to decide who we think is going to be most likely eligible, who has the greatest propensity to be eligible, that we can then just set that and then build it out. So, I mean, I'm always one to have very ambitious timelines. So I would hope that it could certainly happen either in the spring or summer of 2026. Like it should be now, basically, since CalKids kind of created like the framework, we can build upon that framework. And I think we could probably do something like that fairly quickly without having to jump through too many hoops to do so.
Thank you for that clarification. I mean, same as when students come into we have Beaver Cares, right, at American River College, but our food pantries, right, we also try to make sure that they know all about all eligible resources that are available to them. So thank you for that clarification. Again, thank you for the work that you're doing.
Other questions from commissioners? Okay. Do we have any, before we go to public comment, I'll just share something and then we'll go back to public comment with Catherine. I wanted to share just thank you to Cassandra, to the entire team. You know, we always say CSAC's a small but mighty team. Scholarship Investment Board is a really small but mighty team. I think maybe, God, not less than 10 for sure. 10. And so, you know, taking these kind of projects for them is a lot because of the small staff they have. But I'm so proud of them and that they saw the value of this partnership with CSAC. And what this is going to mean for us is eventually, right now we have 9th through 12th graders. Eventually we will have first graders and their families know who CSAC is, what we do. They'll know because they'll know about CalKids, and their elementary school teacher will be able to get the report and see if they've claimed their account statewide. So we always talk about, they don't know enough about CSAC, or we get introduced to till their senior year. This is going to help bridge that for us, knowing what California State Commission offers, knowing about Cal Grants and all the benefits for college affordability for our students. And so I just want to say, this is huge. This is the entire state, K-12, literally first grade up is what will come. So I can't say thank you enough to Dr. Moldoff and the team for taking this on and moving really quick for me. I mean, to be able to do that, and you already see the initial results, 30,000 more students. I think now the system's built, we have to start thinking, what do we do as commissioners? We get real competitive. So I can say I'm the first county that has 4 schools at 100%, 100% clean count kids, but those dashboards, that's going to get the competition. And so I already told my districts, I said, hey, they're going statewide and we have to be the first to get 100%. So get going. So I just think sharing those best practices. We have a new elementary school in Paris that's going to hit 100%. So we're going to celebrate them in March. So I'll make sure to invite everybody's welcome if they want to come see what they do. But I just want to say it's so promising and it's so exciting. We're going to have the greatest need students that young know that they have funding, that they have college, and then what else is available to them. Like I said, as early as 1st grade. So just say thank you to Dr. Gonzalez and Catalina, the whole team for pushing this and making this happen. And it's super exciting. So with that, I'll turn it over to any public comments for this item. And Catherine, I'll turn it back to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. Public comment item for 6 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand features. We will start with in-person comments at the Sacramento location. As of now, we received 0 public comments in person, so we will move on to the virtual space. I'll begin in alphabetical order to all the locations confirmed. American River College, California State University Northridge, California State University Sacramento, Hotel Maya in Long Beach, Riverside County Office of Education, San Diego Community College District, University of California, Riverside, University of San Francisco, and lastly, Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. If there are any virtual attendees, please unmute yourself. If not, I will pass it back to Chair Cifuentes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Catherine. We'll go ahead and move on to our next item, item number 7, approval of commission minutes from our September 4th, 2025 meeting. This is also an action item. I'll turn it back to our Chief Deputy Executive Director, Catalina Missler.
Action item, request a motion to approve the minutes for September 4th, 2025. A motion?
Okay, so at this time, commissioners, if you take a moment, hopefully you've had a chance already to take a look at approval of our minutes, and I'll ask for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Vang. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Do we have any public comment on this item before we move to a roll call vote?
So for public, thank you, Chair Cifuentes. For public comment on item 7, for virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments. As of now, we have 0 submissions, so we'll move on to the virtual space. Again, I will read it in alphabetical order. American River College, California State University Northridge, California State University Sacramento, Hotel Maya in Long Beach, Riverside County Office of Education, San Diego Community College District, University of California, Riverside, University of San Francisco, and lastly, the Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. As of now, we have not received any public comments. I will turn it back to Chair Cifuentes before starting roll call.
Thank you so much. Any questions from our commissioners before we move to roll call? Okay, Catherine, we can go ahead and go to roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll begin with Chair Cifuentes.
Aye.
Commissioner Cardosa.
Aye.
Vice Chair Day. Confirming for Commissioner Vice Chair Day.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Gary. Commissioner Secretary Maxey.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Aye.
Commissioner Saravia.
Aye.
And lastly, Commissioner Vang.
Aye.
Thank you. It has moved, motion moved forward. Back to Chair Cifuentes.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and move to item number 8, consideration to approve emergency regulations for the amendments to the reporting of data program. And I will turn it back to our Deputy Director of Research Analysis and Program Innovation, Dr. Jessica Moldoff. And she'll also be presenting with Anna Manuel, our Assistant General Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. Hello again, Commissioners. California Education Code Section 69433.7 expressly authorizes the Commission to adopt emergency regulations for the Ortiz Pacheco Puchigian Vasconcelos Cal Grant program. The Commission may find the adoption of such amended regulations constitutes an emergency pursuant to Section 69433.7. For institutions to meet the March 31st, 2026 reporting deadline as required by the new Assembly Bill 123, which Dr. Moldoff will talk more about, and to meet the requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act. At this time, Commission staff are seeking approval for an amendment to the Cal Grant Program Reporting of Data Program Regulations. Deputy Director of Research Analysis and Program Innovation, Dr. Moldoff, will briefly take you through the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Anna, and good morning again, Commissioners. On Thursday, March 24th, 2011, Senate Bill 70 was chaptered into California law, amending Education Code Sections 69433.2, effective beginning the 2011-12 academic year. This requirement was modified by Assembly Bill 123 on Friday, June 27, 2025. As amended by Assembly Bill 123, institutions or system-wide central offices of the public post-secondary education institution acting on behalf of the participating institution shall annually report on the Commission no later than March 31st enrollment, persistence, and graduation data for all full-time undergraduate students, with limited exceptions, for the academic year ending the preceding July 30th. The annual data set shall be submitted electronically to the Commission via web grants or alternatively through the Cradle to Career data system. Enrollment, persistence, and graduation shall be reported by each of the following student characteristics: gender, ethnicity, Pell Grant status, first-generation status, transfer status, adult learner status, student parent status, foster youth status, and eligibility use of state financial aid received, including Cal Grant A, Cal Grant B, Cal Grant C, Cal Grant Access Awards, and Middle Class Scholarship, to the extent data is available. Commission staff sought feedback on the proposed amendments to the regulations from the following entities: California Community College's Chancellor's Office, California State University Office of the Chancellor, University of California Office of the President, and the Association of Independent California Colleges and Universities.
For all institutions to meet the reporting deadline of March 31st, 2026, the Commission must seek emergency regulations to meet this deadline. Commission approval is required for staff to begin and to complete the rulemaking process. Upon Commission approval, staff will submit the regulations to the Office of Administrative Law, or OAL. Staff anticipate the amended emergency regulations to become effective no later than Monday, December 29th, 2025. The proposed emergency regulations would remain in effect for 180 days while staff simultaneously work on the adoption of permanent regulations. Staff recommend the Commission approve the proposed amendment to the emergency regulations and authorize staff to prepare and submit all required documents to the OAL and to make any non-substantive changes to the regulations and supporting documentation if requested by OAL. Dr. Moldoff and I are here to answer any questions about the regulations or Cal Grant data reporting requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions from our commissioners? Okay, I don't see or hear anyone. Do we have a motion to approve the emergency regulations? So commissioners, this is an action item, so we'll.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Rodriguez. Can I get a second?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Okay, at this time, before we take a roll call vote, we'll move to public comment on this item. Catherine, I'll turn it over back to you.
For public comment on item number 8, for virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at the Sacramento location, then move to other comments. As of now, we don't have any in-person public comment submissions, so I'll move on in alphabetical order to the locations, beginning with American River College, CSU Northridge, CSU Sacramento, Hotel Maya in Long Beach, Riverside County Office of Ed, San Diego Community College District, UC Riverside, University of San Francisco, and lastly, the Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. As of now, we do not have any virtual public comments. I'll turn it back to Chair Cifuentes.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Chair Cifuentes.
Aye.
Commissioner Cardosa.
Aye.
Vice Chair Day. Can you repeat it one more time, Vice Chair Day?
You unable to hear me?
Yes, we can. Now I can hear you.
Okay. Aye.
Thank you. Secretary Maxey.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson. Aye. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Aye.
Commissioner Saravia.
Aye.
And lastly, Commissioner Vang.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion is passed. I'll pass it back to Chair Cifuentes.
Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 9, consideration of proposed 2026 commission meeting calendar. Once again, commissioners, this is an action item to approve our 2026 meeting calendar. I know, yes, in 3 weeks, it'll be 2026. All right, with that, I'll turn it back to Catalina Messer, our Chief Deputy Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. So before you, you have the item that presents the 2026 Student Aid Commission Commissioner meeting dates for the Commission's consideration and adoption. It's recommended that the Commissioners consider the proposed meeting dates for 2026. The proposed meeting dates for 2026 are as follows. Thursday, January 15th, 2026, Commission teleconference meeting on the Governor's budget. Thursday, March 5th, 2026, Commission meeting with standing committees meeting on March 4th, 2026. Thursday, May 14th, 2026, Commission teleconference meeting on May Revise. August is Summer Commission retreat at the California State University, Los Angeles. Thursday, September 3rd, 2026, Commission meeting with standing committee meetings on September 2nd, 2026. And then Thursday, December 3rd, 2026, Commission meeting with standing committees will meet on December 2nd, 2026. It's recommended that the Commission adopt the proposed 2026 meeting calendar.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioners, do you have any questions on the proposed meeting calendar? Okay.
I have a clarifying question for the
Please.
August board retreat. Do we have any dates or will that be planned later?
Commissioner Rodriguez, we'll have to do a survey like we have in the past to make sure that it works. But of course, working with Commissioner Day, knowing what would be the best date for campus tours and to be able to meet the campus leaders.
I don't know, Commissioner Day, when you hosted us, Commissioner Day, we want the full red carpet, everything, golf carts.
The whole thing laid out.
He's very competitive.
Okay, any other questions, commissioners? Okay, all right, at this time, it's an action item, so I will need a motion to approve our proposed meeting calendar.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Vang. Can I get a second, please?
I'll second Maxey.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Maxey. Before we move to roll call vote, I'll turn it over to Catherine for public comment.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. Public comment for item 9 is now open. For virtual attendees, use your raise hand feature. We'll start with in-person comments from the Sacramento location. As of now, we have no submitted public comments, So we'll move on in alphabetical order to the virtual locations, beginning with American River College, CSU Northridge, CSU Sacramento, Hotel Maya in Long Beach, Riverside County Office of Ed, San Diego Community College District, UC Riverside, University of San Francisco, and lastly, the Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. As of now, we have no public comments, so I'll turn it back to Chair Cifuentes.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move to a vote, please.
Thank you. I'll begin with Chair Cifuentes,
Aye.
Commissioner Cardosa,
Aye.
Vice Chair Day,
Aye.
Secretary Maxey,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Aye.
Commissioner Saravia,
Aye.
and lastly, Commissioner Bain.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion has passed. I'll pass it back to Chair Cifuentes.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll move on to item number 10, election of our 2026 commission officers. This is also an action item, commissioners. So I will turn over to our interim general counsel, Edmundo Aguilar.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. As you recall, or as you know, this item calls for the election of commission officers for the upcoming 2026 calendar year, which you're right, it's just a few weeks away. So the commission, per its governance policies, elects officers on an annual basis. As you will recall, I sent emails to each of you indicating, if you had nominations, and that nomination period was from September 4th through November 19th. In response to those emails, we received the nominations which are attached. And for chair, we received one nomination with Chair Cifuentes. For vice chair, one nomination, which was Chair Day. And for secretary, we received one nomination, that was for Commissioner Maxey. So at this time, it is incumbent that the commission hold elections after giving the candidates an opportunity to address the commission, and by a majority of those present, the candidates can be elected.
Okay, so at this time, we have the three. You guys continue to nominate myself, Commissioner Day, and Commissioner Maxey. So I'll turn over to you first, Commissioner Maxey, if there's anything you'd like to share.
If the commission would like for me to continue in this position, I will accept.
Hey, Commissioner Maxey, Commissioner Day.
Deeply honored by the nomination and, of course, the opportunity to continue to serve.
Thank you, Commissioner Day. And I also thank you so much for the nomination and for the opportunity to continue to serve and to keep our mission going. And it's always just a phenomenal work that we're doing together and how much we've been able to do for the students of California and continue to do. So I am honored, as long as you want to continue to push the gas and keep going for our students and protecting them every day and fighting for affordability. I would be honored to continue to serve. So do we have any questions on our elections, commissioners?
I just want to clarify, Chair Cifuentes, that for each of the three candidates, there were multiple nominations. There wasn't just one.
Say it again, Edmundo, I'm sorry.
For each of the candidates, there were multiple nominations. There wasn't just one commissioner.
Okay.
There was multiple.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so at this time, before we go to vote, I'll turn it over back to Catherine. Edmundo, unless there's anything else we need to share.
No.
Okay. All right.
Do we need a motion?
Oh, we do. Thank you. Okay.
So moved. And thank you, commissioners, for agreeing to lead.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Cardoso. Yes, thank you.
I'll second.
And we have a second from Commissioner Rodriguez. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move to public comment before we vote.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. Public comment for item 10 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at the Sacramento location. As of now, we have no submitted public comments in the Sacramento location, so we will move on in alphabetical order to the virtual spaces, beginning with American River College, CSU Northridge, CSU Sacramento, Hotel Maya in Long Beach, Riverside County Office of Education, San Diego Community College District, UC Riverside, University of San Francisco, and lastly, the Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. As of now, we have no virtual public comments submitted. So I will move it back to Chair Cifuentes.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and move to a roll call vote.
Thank you. And I'll begin with Chair Cifuentes.
Aye.
Commissioner Cardosa,
Aye.
Commissioner Vice Chair Day, Commissioner Secretary Maxey,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Aye.
Commissioner Saravia,
Aye.
and lastly, Commissioner Ray. Can you repeat that once more, Commissioner Ray?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion has passed. I will pass it back to Chair Cifuentes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 11. Our Golden State Teacher Grant Evaluation Report with Mission Consulting. We are now running a little bit behind time, Commissioner, so we'll probably take our break around 12:30, 12:40. So we want to go ahead, and I know we have speakers lined up and we want to honor their time and for being here with us. So I'll turn it back to Dr. Jessica Moldoff, our Deputy Director of Research and Analysis and Program Innovation, and she will introduce our presenters. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. All right. So before I welcome our presenters from Mission Consulting, I'm going to do a little overview. So next slide, please. So our agenda for today is first doing a little background of the Golden State Teacher Grant Program. And then Mission Consulting will go through a preview of the first evaluation report. We are statutorily mandated to create a biannual report for the Golden State Teacher Grant Program on its outcomes starting December 31st, 2025, which is a mere 17 days or 27 days away. Though with the holidays, I think we kind of shaved off a week there. So we're in the final stretch here. So we have a preview of that for you all. And then we'll go ahead and do some takeaways from that and then next steps. So next slide, please. So the Golden State Teacher Grant is aligned with both CSAC's goals and also California's goals. In the Student Success Blueprint, we lay out goals such as promoting equitable education access, providing financial aid to aspiring teachers, and also encouraging qualified educational professionals to teach in priority schools. These are all things, as you'll see, are very clearly defined in the Golden State Teacher Program as it has been designed. But also there's the Governor's Master Plan for Career Education, which encourages strategies to ensure every leader in California is served by a highly qualified teacher, and also calls for exploring ways to improve access and affordability of high quality preparation programs. So next slide, please. So the Golden State Teacher Grant Program was established by AB 1623 by Member Rivas, which it is a program to award up to $20,000 to teacher and also people personnel services candidates in preparation programs that have been approved by the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, CTC, that are working toward a preliminary credential, either in teaching or people personnel services. Students must complete their program and obtain their credential within 6 years of their initial Golden State Teacher Grant payment, because the $20,000 or $10,000, as you'll see, can be split into multiple years. They can, if they take more than 1 year to complete their program, they don't have to take all of it at once. They're entitled to the entire amount over multiple years. They also must commit to work in either a priority school or a California state preschool program for either 4 years or 2 years, depending on the terms of their service agreement. And basically, if they do not complete the service obligation, then they are required to pay back their award. It is what financial aid administrators call a groan, where it starts as a grant and then turns into a loan if it is not fulfilled, which I think is similar to how the the federal Teach grant program is. Next slide, please. So like I mentioned, we have a report that's due December 31st. Basically, so this is the statute, but I'll just read out the highlight parts. Basically, it's an evaluation of the program to determine its effectiveness at recruiting credential candidates and employing credential holders at priority schools and California preschool programs. So basically, the way that this, it's a very specific reporting requirement, and you'll see basically that Mission Consulting will be outlining their report based on this requirement. This is something that's initially due again on December 31st, and then will be due every 2 years thereafter, because the students have a certain amount of time in order to complete their teaching requirements. So while we've been funding students in this program since 2020 to this year, we still have a requirement to keep tracking these students until they all complete the program by completing that final year of service obligation. Next slide, please. So this program has gone through a lot of changes. So since AB 1623, we have written a number of changes to it. The 2019-20 state budget established the program with $500 one-time funding. It was initially available to students in the 2021 academic year, though that initial year was actually funded by federal IDEA programs initially, and thus it was limited to just students in a special education preliminary teaching credential. But with every year that this program has been in existence, the pool of eligible programs and thus credential candidates has expanded. In 21-22, expanded to anyone in a eligible high need field. In 22-23, it expanded to also include the people personnel services credentials that I've been mentioning. Also, it required students to obtain their credential within 3 years of their initial payment. And then also to complete the 4-year service requirement, basically for every $5,000, they have to do 1 year of teaching in the priority school. They have to complete that 4-year service requirement within 8 years. So again, going back to this is not just a one-time report, this is a biannual report, basically with this 8-year runway until probably 2032. So we'll be producing this report for quite a while into the future. Also, 22-23 is what allows a student to become a renewal student to use. If they didn't use the initial 20,000 in their first year, they can then access the remainder of that award in a subsequent year to complete their program. In 23-24, the program expanded to allow California residents enrolled in an online credential program at an approved out-of-state institution, which in this case is Western Governors, can also participate in this program. And also the timeline to attain the credential is extended from 3 years to 6 years. So again, we're seeing an initial payment. A student has 6 years to complete their credential and then potentially 8 years after that. So again, a very long administrative timeline for this program, and thus our reporting requirement. And also 23-24 was what added the California State Preschool as a potential service site. Next slide, please. And moving right along. So 24-25 last year is when things got even more complicated. We actually had to split the program into 3 different cohorts because the program was so popular in the prior years, there was concern that we were going to run out of that $500 million one-time appropriation. So as a result, the remainder was split into 3 different priority categories. Cohort 1 were all continuing students. They had already signed their service agreement for the full award amount, so they were held whole. And then for cohort 2, our students who were new for 24-25 but submit their application on June 30th or prior, as in before the Budget Act was signed, because anyone who applied for the program after that budget, the next budget became effective, then saw a reduced award amount. Rather than it being a $20,000 award, it was a $10,000 award. As a result, there was also a smaller service requirement. It was a 2-year service requirement, then a 4-year service requirement. In addition to all this, cohort 2, those students who were the early applicants were further limited by a $50 million cap on that cohort. So once we had spent all the money in cohort 2, those remaining students became part of cohort 3 and the reduced award amount, even if they had applied earlier, that prioritization was based on the student aid index. So a lot of layers of complication to that program. In addition, cohort 3 also restricted the program to only non-intern teachers. So any teachers who were in a teacher intern program track were no longer eligible for Golden State Teacher starting in July 1st of 2024. So then for 25-26, things just kind of stayed the same for once. We basically continue under the rules this year as of the same as cohort 3 for last year. So still the $10,000 award limit, and then no intern teacher credentials. And then, so with that, the grant is actually set to sunset on June 30th. So when we're thinking about the program in terms of new applicants for 26, 27 and beyond, it's really dependent upon additional investments in order to continue the program on. Right now, what we have are new students up until June 30th. They have up until June 30th to apply for 25-26. And then also any encumbered funds. So any of those students who we previously awarded who still have money available in their award can also continue to be awarded beyond this, the June 30th cutoff point. But that's basically what we're managing. So given with all that, we're still after assuming no further investments, we would still be paying out renewal students and then also tracking the service obligation or without the service repayment obligations for students in 26, 27 and beyond. So next slide. And now with all of that out of the way, I will pass off to Mission Consulting. So today we have Michael Hearn and Jennifer Zoffel, who have been partnering with us on developing this new evaluation report. We brought them in order to help us figure out what exactly this report should look like, what kind of, what its scope should be, how we can meet the statutory requirement while also making sure that it is useful for lawmakers and also for ourselves. So I'll pass it off to them. Thank you.
Great. Can you hear me all right? Very
Yes.
good. Well, good afternoon at this point, commissioners. My name is Michael Hearn. I'm principal at Mission Consulting. I'm joined today by Jennifer Zoffel, my colleague. For the last several months, we've been working closely with CSAC, specifically Dr. Moldoff, and preparing this first report for the grant program, and we appreciate the opportunity to present a little preview of the findings in the report. And just to make a note, in addition, once this report's in, we're still going to be working with the team to come up with a template for these future reports. This is going to be something they're doing every few years going forward, in terms of both presentation, methodology, and whatnot. So, really the primary goal and focus of this report is really to tell an objective story that responds specifically to the questions that are in Ed Code. Our analysis was based on CSAC data, on awards, on employment status, and then also supplemented with the results from a 2025 survey of grantees. And while we're pretty confident in what we'll be presenting in the findings and whatnot, there might be some shifting as we're doing, double checking and reviewing our assumptions and analyses over the next, 3 weeks. So maybe some numbers get tweaked a little bit. But I think that, what we're sharing with you will hold true. So with that, let's jump in. So report question 1, right? This is the number of credential candidates recruited into these professional preparation programs. Also looking at the program and institution type, right? So as you can see from the data from 2020 to 2024, the grant program really successfully recruited over 27,000 credential candidates. So as you can kind of see from the data, there were over 38,000 who applied, 29,000 that received awards, 27,000 plus of which, received payment from that, right? And as the program took hold, eligibility requirements, as Doctor had stated, were expanded, awareness grew, the program quickly took off, and you can see the rapid expansion of the number of grantees, where it really peaked in 2023 with over 10,000 awards. Did notice that it dropped in 2024, but there are a lot of variables at play, so we don't think it represents a decrease in need, rather changes to eligibility, also the efforts to kind of ration what remained of the funding at the time as well. With that, can we go to the next slide? So there are 20,007 individuals whose lives were impacted, right? They're going on to priority schools and impacting those lives as well. So what do we know about those recipients? Well, they're mostly teacher credential candidates, mostly female, and mostly under the age of 30, as you can kind of see in the data up on the slide. There's also the pupil personnel services as well, which has been important for that group as well. I think noteworthy in the last bullet is looking at some of the demographics. The young teachers, I think that's expected, right? They're at the point where they're getting their credentials and getting into the profession. And then also in terms of race, in looking at the survey responses that were received earlier this year, you can see that the percentages of grantees represent a more diverse group than when you see the statewide percentage in Table 4 there. That's the existing teacher demographics in the state. And so it's bringing in a diverse group into the teacher pool and into these priority schools. Okay, next slide, please. So what were the institutions that served this group, right? The data shows that they've attended 93 different credentialing programs, which really reflects the broad access to programs, the credential programs across the state. About those different organizations, you can see that less than 10% were at local education agencies. Those are all going to be teaching credentials. But when you look at the institutions for higher education, a few points really stand out, and that is that over half the recipients of the grant attended not-for-profit private universities. In terms of public universities, is the CSU system, with nearly providing the credentials or serving grantees about 30%. Okay. Next slide, please. So moving on to report question number 2. So this gets to the number of credential holders employed at the priority schools and California preschool programs, and looking at subject matter placement as well. So the teacher credential recipients overwhelmingly end up working in priority schools. It was good to see the data showed that 98% of those that are being tracked right now by CSAC are indeed working at priority schools. Very noteworthy, right? Given what the primary goal of the grant program has been. Now it's still, as Dr. Malduff had mentioned, there's a while for this in terms of going through after getting the grant access to getting the credential, and then the time to complete the employment requirements as well. So there's still many grant recipients that are in credential programs or still have time to seek employment that meets these requirements as well. So it makes that number, I think, even more impressive. In terms of looking at the priority schools that they're in, the data shows over 2,500 different priority schools are employing grant recipients right now. That's more than a third of all the priority schools we see listed as designated that way in the state. On the issue of subject matter expertise, It's an area that probably could be tracked a little bit better than the data that we have now, but based on the 2025 survey, some noteworthy responses here. That's 17% are working in special education, and then you've got more than 10% working in each of math, English, science, and history and social science. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, question number 3. So this is about the effects of the program on the decisions of the credential candidates, not only to get into the program, but to remain and serving in these schools. And across the board, each of these tables kind of gets at a different angle of this, but they all share that it's been highly impactful for the folks that are participating. So we have 98% of survey respondents said that the grant was an important factor in their ability to complete their credential program, with by far the highest in terms of 79% saying very, very important. We have 88% of survey respondents talking about how it was an influential factor to pursue their credential in the first place. And then also 88% in terms of its influence on choosing to work at the priority school with a qualifying preschool program as well. Not listed here, but some of the survey data also sheds light on retention. So there's a question about, participants' expectations to continue working for a priority school or preschool program after fulfilling their grant service obligations. 91% of survey respondents said they do plan to continue working for those programs. 8%, really only I think 1% might have said no. The other 8% said they were unsure. But that's very promising to get folks into these schools and programs as hoped, and hopefully making that a long-term career choice, not just hoping to meet program requirements. To add some more detail to this, I'm gonna hand it over to my colleague Jennifer. She's gonna go over some of the anecdotal evidence that came up in the surveys and highlight some of the different ways that the grant program has impacted and influenced recipients.
Thanks, Michael. And thank you, commissioners. Thanks for having us here today. So next slide, we're going to begin to tell the story behind the numbers. There were 2 purely open-ended questions that were asked on the survey. The first being, in what ways did the Golden State Teacher Grant make a difference for you? The second was, what other comments do you have about the Golden State Teacher Grant? So a much more general question. We analyzed the qualitative responses from both respondent types, teachers and pupil personnel services. They were originally conducted separately through systematic coding processes. But because the high-level themes were really well aligned across the 2 types of respondents, we combined the themes into the single list on the slide before you. The themes are listed top to bottom based on relative frequency, with the top theme being most frequent. And I will break down the meaning of each theme in greater detail in the following slides, but here you can see the 6 themes all together. Debt relief and financial support for basic needs, emotional support and well-being relief, essential to complete credentials, enabled student teaching or fieldwork, student-centered outcomes, and transformative impact. It's also noteworthy that many of the comments represented a combination of one or more of the categories. Next slide, please. So here are the 2 most frequent themes. First on the left, debt relief and financial support for basic needs. This theme captures statements about the grant reducing financial strain, so helping to pay rent, food, transportation, childcare, fees, and other living costs. Recipients here emphasized fewer work hours or less debt, thanks to the Golden State Teacher Grant, and really the ability to meet essentials without hardship. So the core idea here is the money relief helped to stabilize their day-to-day life. And an example of a quotation directly from one of the students, They said, it helped me pay living expenses. The district stipend was very small and not a living wage. The Golden State Teaching Grant was a big help. And that was a teacher from 2023. On the right-hand side, we see the theme of emotional well-being and relief. This theme reflects reduced stress, anxiety, and cognitive load thanks to financial or logistical support from the grant. People describe peace of mind, feeling less overwhelmed, feeling empowered, better able to focus, and or having better mental health. The primary emphasis of the comment conveys an emotional impact rather than focusing specifically on the funding. And an example that we have there from one of the respondents, a teacher from 2022, said, the grant helped me to be able to afford the program without suffering from overwork, exhaustion, and mental breakdown. Next slide. The next theme is essential to complete. This theme indicates the grant was necessary to start, continue, and or finish a credential program. Some respondents indicate they would not have started the program if it were not for support from Golden State Teacher Grant, while others frame the support as enabling them to comply with the required steps within the credentialing process. So without the grant, progress towards credentialing would have stalled or been delayed. The next theme is enabled student teaching or practicum. This theme highlights that the grant made it feasible for recipients to participate in unpaid full-time clinical practice. So that could be student teaching, residency, practicum. And students report that because the grant was covering costs during placement, they could sustain the required hours in the field. The stressor removed is the notion that a person can't afford to student teach. So one grant recipient said, it provided me with some extra income that is needed since we have to complete 800 fieldwork hours, which greatly impacts your ability to work. And that was from Pupil Personnel Services 2022. Next slide, please. Here we see our final two themes. So student-centered impact describes the positive effects for K-12 students or their classrooms. So better preparation, resources, instruction, or the stability from the teacher. So respondents here connected the grant to improved lesson planning, attendance, or support for the students directly. The benefit here is framed as downstream to the learners. So a quote to exemplify that, it made a huge difference in being able to serve students and communities as well as taking care of my basic needs. Teacher from 2023. And last, in terms of frequency, but certainly not in terms of importance, transformative impact. This theme captured both the transformational impact and the empowerment to pursue long-held aspirations. Respondents described the grant not only as changing their lives in fundamental ways, but also enabling them to realize and achieve purpose beyond practical barriers. So an example from a grant recipient there, it helped me finalize my decision in pursuing my professional dream. I care a lot for this profession, and being able to get that extra support is the best thing that could have ever happened. PPS 2023. Next slide. I'd like to wrap up my portion of these slides by sharing a few exemplary quotations in which the Golden State Teacher Grant recipients expressed how meaningful the grant was to their career path and life. As a first-generation student pursuing a career as a school counselor, the Golden State Teacher Grant has had a profound impact on me. The grant also gives me the opportunity to break generational cycles, empowering me to become a role model and an inspiration for others in my family and community. Knowing that the state is investing in my future as a counselor boosts my confidence, affirming that I'm on the right path to making a significant impact on the students I'll one day guide, especially in high needs area. PPS 2023. Next slide, please. The Golden State Teacher Grant was an immense financial support and the driving reason why I was able to pursue my teaching career. From the 2023 group. And lastly, it made me feel valued, appreciated, because this career field is hard work. It allowed me to breathe while balancing working full-time, school full-time, and interning for free. From a PPS from 2023. So with that sort of telling of the story, I will hand it back to Dr. Moldoff.
All right, thank you both so much. Next slide, please. So that was a lot. I do want to emphasize that it is in the statute that we need to do both a quantitative and a qualitative evaluation of the program. That's why we have so much both numbers and student stories for you. And of course, it's always great to hear from our grant recipients to know that the kind of impact that we're having for them. But I want to sum it up with some quick takeaways. So basically, the real takeaway is the Golden State Teacher Grant meeting its goals as established in the statute. So number one, is GSTG effectively recruiting candidates, particularly diverse candidates? Yes. 55% of the survey recipients identified as Hispanic Latino. Is GSTG recruiting candidates to work priority schools? Yes. GSTG recipients reported working at over 2,500 different priority schools throughout California, representing more than 1/3 of all priority schools in the state. Does GSTG have an impact on candidates' choices? Yes, 88% said that the grant influenced their decision to work in a priority school. And does GSTG help retain teachers in priority schools? Yes, 91% of survey recipients plan to continue working at a priority school after fulfilling their service obligation. This grant not only recruits teachers, but it also retains teachers and people personnel services workers in the schools that need them the most. Next slide, please. So what are our next steps? So like I think I said already 5 times, December 31st is our deadline. Then we'll probably be submitting it before that because I won't be here. I'll be on vacation. So we're going to submit the report. Also looking forward, June 30th, as I mentioned before, is the sunset of the existing $500 million appropriation. We're hoping to run out of the money by then. And that is the end of the program pending additional investments made by the state. But then that is not the end of our administration of the program. 2026 through 2032 or possibly beyond, if I haven't done the math right. Our staff here at CSAC will continue to pay continuing students and verify employment eligibility or eligible employment so that we can make sure that these students are being successful teachers within those priority schools. And then, of course, December 31st, 2027 is when our next biannual report is due. So one thing I also want to note is one of the things that we're also working on is getting a data sharing agreement with the California Department of Education and the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. Right now, a lot of our data is having to come from the students themselves and the students doing individual employment verifications, which is an administrative burden if I've ever heard of one. So we're hoping to execute a data sharing agreement soon that will allow us to get verified employment data from the California Department of Education and also credential data from the Commission on Teacher Credentialing to make sure that we cover all of these students effectively. And then the next slide is our thank you. So we are done with this for now. So any questions? Back to the chair.
Thank you so much. A lot of great information, great data dive. I'll open up for questions from our commissioners.
No questions. Just want to thank the team for putting together this comprehensive report. Really great. Thank you.
Any other questions from our commissioners?
I have a question. I'm just curious
Please.
if we have any idea what percentage of credential candidates, like for the entire state, received the grant. And then I'm also kind of curious, but I was trying to Google it too, is what the average cost of the credential program is in comparison to how much grant they receive. And I know it varies.
Thank you for those questions. I will say that actually, those are things that are addressed more in our partners at the Learning Policy Institute have also done quite a bit of research into the Golden State Teacher Grant Program. And I think part of that has been looking at those exact questions of how many teachers, I'm trying to see it
And I can receive this information later, Jessica, as well. That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. No, I think so by their calculation, and they've been using a lot more of the other data from like Commission on Teacher Credentialing, they their report is that in 23-24, nearly half, 45% of new teacher candidates were GSTG recipients. We know that there are a number of teacher preparation programs where all of the students in their program take the Golden State Teacher Grant Program. We have some very strong partnerships with those institutions in particular. And then can you remind me of your second question?
Just what the average cost. I don't know if we have.
Yes. It's and again, they've actually done this. So they say about 20 the average candidate faced about 25,000 unmet needs. So that's sort of where, and I think that's where when this program was being designed, they the people who designed the legislature looked at those exact numbers to try to determine that $20,000 number for this. Because I will say that one thing that comes out in the data whenever we look at it is that it is a number. This program is very well utilized by our partners in like AICCU, a lot of those like nonprofit private schools that offer these programs. Is often where we're seeing the candidates for and the grant recipients for this program.
Thank you. And so I just want to echo Commissioner Rodriguez's gratitude. I think this is an excellent report. It's really great to see that it's leading to outcomes that we want, keeping serving our most vulnerable populations and schools, right? And having diverse candidates. So thank you for this report, both the quantitative and the qualitative. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from our commissioners? Okay. All right. Seeing and hearing none. This is an informational item, but before we open it up for public comment, I just want to say thank you so much to Dr. Moldoff and for the mission consulting team. As someone who was first year teacher, I did feel overwhelmed, exhausted, and breakdown years ago when I started. And so it was to have this. It just, obviously it doesn't cover everything, but it definitely does help. And it validates, I think for me, thinking of in their shoes, it validates the thank you and the commitment from the state, from our governor, from the legislature, from CSAC, that thank you for being with our students. Thank you for working in schools that maybe others don't want to work in. And thank you for making the commitment to California students. So the data is just so exciting, and just want to say thank you for the work and for the details for sure. Okay, with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Catherine for our public comment.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. Public comment for item 11 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with the in-person comments at the Sacramento location, then move to other locations. As of now, we have not received any public comment submissions for the Sacramento location. So I will move on in alphabetical order to the virtual locations, beginning with American River College, CSU Northridge, CSU Sacramento, Hotel Maya in Long Beach, Riverside County Office of Ed, San Diego Community College District, UC Riverside, University of San Francisco, and lastly, the Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. Have we received any virtual public comments? We received 0 submissions. So now I will pass it back to Chair Cifuentes.
Okay, thank you so much, commissioners. We will go ahead and take a break. It is 12:31. I asked, I know we're trying to catch up a little bit on time for sure. If you can come back, we'll resume our meeting at 1:10. So I'll give you a break to grab something, stretch your legs, and we'll jump back together at 1:10. All right, welcome back, everyone. We will go ahead and call our meeting back together. It is 1:11, and I think CSAC team, do we need to do roll call again? I think we're okay. We're good? Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. All right, so at this time, we're gonna go ahead and jump to item number 12. Our CSAC student expenses and resource survey, our SEERS report. This is an information item, and we're gonna go ahead and have Dr. Jessica Moldoff, our Deputy Director of Research Analysis and Program Innovation, walk us through this item. And I'm sorry, Dr. Moldoff, this has been a busy day for you. Thank you.
Yes, I am. Oh, I think I sound a little better. So we'll see if that lasts. Okay. All right, we'll wait for the slides to be pulled up. I'm also presenting with Dr. Ryan Fuller, who is with the rest of us. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. So today we're going to present on our latest Student Expenses and Resources Survey, SEERS. It was administered last year in 24-25, and we closed it in the spring and then it did analysis over the summer, and we're able to finish up the report, and we had a briefing with some of our legislative and advocacy partners. So we are excited to kind of round out our little research parade here today with you all. And we'll also, part of this agenda, we're going to go over some of the findings of the survey, and then we have a student panel for you all as well, to listen to some student voices. Okay, next slide. So at CSAC, we've been doing SEERS for a long time. I think the first survey was actually in the 70s, but it is still, of course, a big part of our student success blueprint. It's really a way for us to do a pulse check on how we are doing with meeting our blueprint goals. So, of course, to review, our blueprint is equitable access, equitable support, and equitable success. And SEERS really fits into that equitable support piece, where we remove financial barriers for students as they enter and continue their educational pathways. Again, SEERS is really serving as a pulse check for this, to make sure that we are making college more affordable for students where they're at. So that's why it's important for us to be surveying students who are currently enrolled in education, students who can really tell us what's going on as they live it. So I'm going to pass it off to Dr. Fuller to go through the next few slides on our report.
Thank you. So a little bit of background on SEERS. Dr. Moldoff mentioned that SEERS has been going on for many decades now. It's an important survey that really feeds into the student expense budget work that we do each year. A little bit of background, it's actually an education code, education code 69514B, collecting and disseminating information concerning financial aid resources. Of course, in the past, the survey had been done more kind of a physical survey. We do it using Qualtrics by email now, which is a lot more convenient. Of course, we're able to survey more students. And of course, this survey is under the equity and support goal. We also use the findings for the survey to elevate coordinated action to remove financial aid barriers for students. You can see on this slide too, we have a cover there of our insights brief that we released back in November that has a lot of our findings, some of which we'll just go over at a high level today. And then we also included some quotes that were part of the qualitative component of the survey that highlight some of the obstacles that students are facing. You can see in this case, food-related obstacles that college students face during the course of the academic year. Next slide. Some of the high-level findings related to housing and tuition. We know students struggle with affordability, living costs. You can see 30% of students lacked resources to afford tuition and fees. 27% thought they lacked resources to afford housing and utilities. So some of the real high-level statewide issues we've seen with the students and affordability. Next slide. So we also looked at adult learners and student parents, and we know from the research that these groups are likely to face greater obstacles when it comes to affordability. And the survey really highlights those results as well. You can see students with dependents spent almost $1,800 more than similar students without dependents. And we can see our adult learners in that were part of the survey actually spent a little over $1,500 more than our younger students, reflecting the additional burden for these groups in particular. Next slide. We also have a newer component of the survey where we provide student regional or housing adjustments by regions of the state. So some of you may be familiar with these regions. These are very similar to some of the community college regions, the micro regions. So we've adjusted for living expenses using HUD data. And you can see in the example here, the Central Valley region, the regional adjustment gets adjusted down a little bit to reflect those slightly lower average housing costs compared to, in this example, the South Central Coast region, San Luis Obispo, Ventura counties, where you have a higher regional adjustment there, which gets reflected in that greater housing expense. And then, so you can see kind of how it breaks out across the state, higher expenses, Bay Area, kind of the LA, Orange County area, San Diego as well, and then somewhat lower expenses for the Central Valley regions of the state. Next slide, I'll hand it back to Dr. Moldoff to introduce today's student panel.
Thank you, Ryan. And actually, if we can go back to the prior slide real quickly, about the regions. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so just a final thing. So yeah, as Ryan said, this is something new for this year. So we restarted Sears in 1819 after a bit of a hiatus. And in 1819, we had wanted to do some regional budgets because, of course, creating a single student expense budget for the entire state is not very reflective of the diversity of California, nor its very diverse cost of living situations. So, but rather than creating 15 individual budgets, we realized that one thing that we could do is create this adjustment where basically an amount that could be multiplied so we would have the statewide cost for housing utilities that could then be multiplied by this adjustment factor so that schools that are using this student expense budget in order to estimate their own cost of attendance budgets can quickly make a modification that would be more in line with what their own students were experiencing in the housing market in their area without necessarily having to deliver a 15-page document to all those institutions in order to sift through. So we've already heard from some schools that they've been using this, and we're definitely looking forward to seeing what that looks like on the other end. But yes, thank you. So next, so of course the report on the website has more information. I posted the link in the chat. It's just csac.ca.gov/Sears. It has the report. We had a one-pager. We also have the code book, which has unweighted responses for all the survey items. So that's all the quantitative component. So like with the GSTG item earlier, we also value the qualitative component for Sears, but rather than just reading you out a bunch of quotes this time, we invited today's student panel. Unfortunately, Flo is not able to join us due to some scheduling issues today, but we have the rest of our panelists, and so I want to go through one by one for the first to let them introduce themselves. So for this first part, so please introduce yourself and tell us what has been your experience in using financial aid to pay for college. And if we can start with Caitlin. Oh, Flo is here. Great.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Pullman, and I am a senior at Chapman University in Orange County. So yes, I'm just here today to share a little bit about my journey with higher education, and yeah. So when I began my college search and application process, my family had little knowledge of what financial aid meant. They knew that college would not be affordable without it, but that was about it. What we did know was that I would attend college no matter the path I had to take to get there. With support from my high school counselor, possible avenues expanded, and I became confident about my higher education path. What has stuck with me is that my counselor actually advised me that attending a private university was unachievable without sufficient financial funds for my family. But I was young and a bit naive, so I was adamant on keeping my options open. Now, as a senior, I cannot thank my 17-year-old self enough for this decision, as Chapman has been everything I could have dreamed of and more. Despite how happy I have been at a private college, I have certainly still faced financial struggles. The greatest challenge I have faced in college affordability is twofold. First, living on a day-to-day basis while supporting myself independently has been challenging. Though I think that working and simultaneously attending college has strengthened my drive and appreciation for higher education, that is not to say it hasn't been challenging. Having to dedicate twice the amount of hours at a job than I do in class, all while maintaining relationships and changes, just do not just to not make sure I can sufficiently provide for myself is not a fair obstacle for college students. This story is unfortunately not uncommon, and my experience is in fact minute in comparison to many of my peers at California colleges. 27% of California students feel unable to afford housing and utilities, and this is 27% too high. It is essential that we advocate for policy reform that addresses the basic needs of college students. This will not only lessen the anxieties of current college students, but will lessen fear of affordability among future generations, encouraging them to pursue the higher education that they deserve and desire. I believe that this, in combination with proper outreach, can lessen pervasive educational disparities. Of course, a large component of outreach about financial aid resources needs to be directed towards students and their families far prior to them attending college. Young students must have the knowledge of these resources to help them build confidence in the college application process. Having also worked as a peer financial wellness coach for 2 years at Chapman, I discovered how unequipped I was for understanding my own financial aid, and especially loans, and how this would impact ensuing chapters in my life. This was my second great challenge. Now, better understanding how I can actively prepare myself for post-graduation, my anxieties have greatly decreased. Therefore, outreach must also be directed towards current college students, helping them to understand their financial aid and strengthen their knowledge of the 7 components of financial literacy. This must be a readily available resource for students, and one that is more importantly encouraged by universities. This all being said, my financial struggles have in no way made me regret my pursuit of a higher education, because my fears have led me right here today. I hope that with the proper attention to the pertinence of financial aid support, more students will follow the path that I have. Students should be able to choose the college that fits their goals without losing access to financial aid and a sense of basic security. Thank you for taking the time to hear my story and insight today, and I truly hope that we can all work together towards a more inclusive future for students. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll move on to.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. All right, perfect. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you today. Indeed, I am in a board meeting for Student Senate for California Community Colleges. But yeah, my name is Flo Cadal. I began my journey in the California Community College system. I'm a student at Santiago Canyon College. I am a member of the board of directors for the Student Senate for California Community Colleges, representing about 2.2 million community college students. And someone, as someone who started my college journey as a younger student and now as an adult learner, I have experienced firsthand what college affordability truly looks like in California. In terms of experience using financial aid. Financial aid has been great. Financial aid has been it's an essential for me. Grants help me pay for my textbook, transportation, other school-related costs during, those moments that when I have nothing left. And the California College Promise Grant actually helped me stay enrolled in the community college. And for many of my peers, it's the same. Financial aid is the only reason they can imagine attending college is possible. So yes, financial aid helps. But even with that support, that aid is not enough to cover full cost of living in the state as expensive as ours. So the greatest challenge in college affordability has been the gap between what financial aid covers and what it actually costs to survive here in California. People, always say that they often say community college is the most affordable because of tuition. The tuition is very low, but students know tuition is the smallest expense that we could ever have. But the real struggle is food, housing, transportation, like medical needs, like technology, getting a laptop or a computer. I saw some of my classmates during my last 2 years here at the community college, like dropping out classes because they could not afford like gas, like a bus fare or an Uber to get to classes that week. I also saw students like staying on an empty stomach because, the food pantry ran out of supplies, or simply they don't have money to pay to buy food. Working parents choose to like not go to school between, like the rent and the childcare, and some students like sleeping in their cars or caring for their family, like working night shift. I myself included, because I work as a CNA in the hospital, and it's really hard to like navigate through that when I have an 11:59 deadline, like that I have to submit my Canvas homework. I personally like face all those, food insecurity and housing stability as an adult learner is really hard. And even when I have like meal swap here at the university, I could not always eat properly due to my health needs, and that affected my ability to focus, to concentrate, or to succeed in general. These are the challenges that we are facing as an adult learner, as a student, and these are not minor obstacles, I would say. They are a make it or break it condition that determine whether a student like me can complete my education, especially higher education. If I could make one policy right now to ask all of you, or whoever is here today, it would be like to fund financial aid based on the real cost of living, not our outdated formulas. And students should have that piece together, to have like multiple jobs and loans and emergency assistance just to remain enrolled. Here in California, we want the students to graduate, to transfer, and to finish like stronger. We want to aim for student success. We have to work together, and we really have to like make sure that we look into the adult learner as well. And like the aid that we receive should actually like match what is the cost of living that we are facing and that we have and beyond, because like basic needs is really important. And you can, like my mom always say, you cannot get out of the house if you have an empty stomach, because you won't learn if you are hungry. So I think it's something that we have to like really make sure that we help our students. And I want to uplift like adult learners as well to like make a difference in your community. We also need to be heard, and our voice also matters. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And then Brianna.
Hi everyone, my name is Brianna. I'm a fourth year studying psychology and public policy at the University of California, Riverside. Thank you all for having me today. I really appreciate your time. I also serve as a member of like the Student Advisory Council too, for CSAC, and kind of a bit more in regards to like my experience using financial aid to pay for college was, I live locally to like SoCal, in the SoCal area, specifically the LA County area, and when applying to different colleges, I applied to a bunch of Cal States and UCs across like Southern California, and the closest like university nearby me is Cal State Fullerton, and my parents wanted me to go there to commute, and obviously I wanted to live the college experience and the college life. So when I got accepted to both Cal State Fullerton and UC Riverside, my parents were like, if you choose UC Riverside and you decide to dorm there, well, that's all on you. Like, we can't afford, to pay for housing, to pay for any sort of rent, dining plan, anything in those regards. So, when entering college, I used a lot of, financial aid. I've been a Cal Grant recipient all my 4 years, a middle class scholarship recipient within all my 4 years of college. And while that's been a huge help, there was a point in my college life, my first year, where I had a hold on my account because I didn't have enough financial aid to cover for my dining or my meal plan. And obviously, there's certain requirements for receiving more financial aid, such as like the income that my parents made. But during that time too, my dad was laid off from his job, so it was a bit of a hard hard time. So I really relied on different like emergency grants that my school had to offer, and just like applying more for financial aid or different scholarships that are offered at my campus. And I know UC Riverside is a huge population of students who come from like low income backgrounds, and like is one of the highest UCs that receives the most like Pell or has the Pell Grant recipients. So, this is one of the reasons why I also decided to go to UC Riverside. I would say that like financial aid has been able to like help me cover for like tuition and general things. And, I think all the other students who are on this panel too can speak for themselves. Sometimes it's just not enough. And while we understand like, California is going through like a budget deficit and all those things and all those other factors, sometimes, we as students notice that like the costs of rent rising, the cost of basic needs supplies such as food, basic hygiene products rising. So it kind of like creates a bigger gap. And so yeah, but beyond that, I'm beyond grateful to be like being able to like receive Cal Grant, and now I receive Pell Grant. But I really want to emphasize the fact that like students, they literally like, I've talked to so many students who still like don't have enough to be able to afford for their rent or afford for their food or groceries. I would say like, while this touches into one of the other questions as well too, one of like the hardest challenges between college affordability was, housing, just because I live around like 40 minutes away. And I currently work in like the residential education department, where I get free housing and meals. But that wasn't promised within the 4 years that I was a part of UCR. So one year I had to commute like 40 minutes, 40 miles to UCR and 40 miles back. And that was a huge, huge disadvantage, just because I had to wake up really early. I stayed at school until very late to study, to work on my extracurriculars, and going back home that same day. That was a huge issue that like I had, just because I couldn't be able to afford rent despite, despite all the resources that are given here. So yeah, that's a little more in regards to my experience. I don't want to keep too much of everyone's times here, but I really appreciate you all having this conversation with us as students and inviting us as students, just because the importance of student representation is very, very important, especially now as we're reaching through like this new administration, and we see a bunch of cuts happening in the federal side. This is a great time for us to kind of work together and cooperate in regards to like what the state can do to further advocate for students and ensure that we have an affordable college lifestyle. But yeah.
Thank you. And then Benjamin.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Benjamin Diaz. I'm from the Los Angeles area, a first-generation college student and a third-year political science major at the University of California, Santa Cruz. I also get to serve as an undergraduate student body vice president of external affairs, representing UCSC students statewide through the UC Student Association. And regarding my experience with financial aid is the reason I'm able to be here. In my 3 years that I've been at UCSC, I've relied on a combination of the Cal Grant, Pell Grant, university grants, the middle class scholarship, and federal loans. Even with all that support, I constantly worry about whether I'll have enough to stay enrolled each quarter. And many students, just like the ones in this year's Sears report, share that this fear that financial resources are just not enough to cover rising costs. But once again, thank you so much for having me, and I'm excited to be in dialogue with everyone.
Thank you so much. So the next question we have is, and some of you've already touched upon this, but what has been your greatest challenge in college affordability? You can go in the same order.
Right, sorry. I realize I already briefly touched on this, but I will reiterate it. Firstly, I have two challenges that I discussed. My first would be basic needs, as discussed. And as seen by the Sears survey, 27% of students feel unable to afford housing and utilities. And in my opinion, that's 27% too high, because when a student has to focus a lot of their dedication on things outside of their education, they are not as able to dedicate themselves to higher education and the reason that they went to school. And as I mentioned, I think that this has made me a more strong-willed individual and more appreciative of being in college. But again, I think there's other ways to achieve that without having to dedicate twice the amount of hours to working as you do to school. And I also think that having experienced or worked with ICAP and representing AICCUs, I think that private universities need to be understood as being as portable as public institutions, meaning that students at private universities can face the same issues that students at public institutions do. We still have housing issues. We still have food concerns, transportation issues. And though fewer students may face those issues at private universities, that is not to say that they don't deserve just as much attention. And I think that if there was more properly integrated guidance on how to navigate your financial aid and how to navigate it, especially once you graduate, then there would be lessened anxieties around financial aid. And this is something that I've definitely experienced firsthand, and I'm glad that I've taken it in a constructive way and kind of learned to grow from this. But I think a lot of people don't have the access and resources that they need to navigate it the same way that I have.
I think I also mentioned, I actually answered that earlier as well, but I just want to, like what Caitlin said, like want to reiterate it. I think it's basically the gap between what has been covered by financial aid and like what is left is like not enough to cover your like day-to-day living, especially like for adult learners and for non-traditional students, like those who are parents. It's really hard to like balance it out because it's much more costly based on the Sears report earlier. Like, adult learners and parents are like spending more in the basic needs, and it oftentimes it is a barriers to like for them to like choose between like putting a food on the table than to go to school. So yeah, I will guess my time.
Thank you. I would say, like, I know I talked about this earlier, in my kind of introduction, but I would say the biggest thing is like housing affordability, but also basic needs affordability. In the Inland Empire, a lot of students, there's a lack of basic needs resources across like the Inland Empire, and I noticed that when talking to other students as well too, they struggle with being able to afford for their groceries. They struggle to buy basic hygiene items that are necessary for like our day-to-day lives. And it's very sad just because while there has been a lot of more resources, and our basic needs center here at UCR has done their due diligence in providing various resources such as our pantry, which is a free pantry for all students, a meal support program. It's nowhere near enough to kind of accommodate for all the student body just because we represent over 20,000 students. And that's one huge thing that has been happening. And also one thing too is just like the ongoing rise like of cost of rent in the Inland Empire. There's a lot of people moving to this area because it's affordable, but now we notice that there has been an increase of our rent here in like our housing services and just off-campus areas. Sometimes students just don't even know how they're going to be able to afford things, and that's one thing that I have noticed when talking to students. So for me personally, I would say housing has been a huge issue, and also just being able to afford just like different grocery items and all those things. But thank you all.
Yeah, I say I think my greatest challenge is that financial aid still doesn't really reflect the actual cost of living in Santa Cruz, which is one of the most expensive rental markets in California. The Sears report shows that rising housing, food, and personal costs are impacting students statewide, especially in high-cost regions. In my freshman year, despite having the maximum aid package, just like Brianna, I still had leftover balances each quarter that I had to scramble to pay before I could even register for classes. And students from underrepresented backgrounds, including many at UCSC, are even more likely to feel like they don't have enough resources to afford college expenses.
Great, thank you for that. So before we turn over to commissioner questions, I have a question because we have you in front of our commissioners. So what would be your one policy ask for our commission today in order to help with basic needs and college affordability?
I think my one policy ask would be to, as touched on a little bit, to have the cost of attendance reflect the fluctuations in cost of housing and cost of tuition and things. Because for myself as well, my financial aid package, even though it was a very high amount, I still have a lot of remaining balances that have leaked into loans that I will have to pay off once I graduate. So just having financial aid that is coincidingly increasing as well as cost of living and other costs are increasing. So this means increased Cal Grant funding, so not just continued support for it, but increasing the threshold that students can receive, same for Pell Grant. And yeah, thank you.
For me, one ask I would ask is actually a clear financial aid guidance, and for us to have like a required like financial aid course for all students. I think it's very important to have that one like to have a course in our system, in every system, including the private and all the systems that we have in California, to have that requirement that every student should be able to apply for financial aid, whether it's a FAFSA, CADA, verification, appeals, or, like there is this one-stop shop that this is a course that is designed for every student that they don't have to like go elsewhere. I know it's like the financial aid offices in different institutions have like their own way of like, like navigating and like telling people, but there should be a way for it to be streamlined, and so that the students will not go away when they said, oh, there's so many forms that I need to fill out, or there's so many things that I need to like do this and do that, to the point that students stop like doing it. I'm like, okay, I give up. Like, I'm not going to fill that out. I'm not going to submit all those things because it's not going to work for me. So I think it's very important to have that streamlining the financial aid guidance and the processes to make it simpler and easy to understand to the student's mindset. So yeah.
I would say, especially right now, more than ever before, for one policy ask is just we see the federal like administration constantly targeting different programs for students, and that can possibly affect the affordability of students being able to attend to college. While I know there's been some conversation regarding this, but what are some ways that like the state can further like enforce certain policies that can protect students from any sort of federal target regarding financial aid. And also too, we saw with like the UC Regents this past month, they voted on increasing tuition hikes. So what sort of conversation can we do to kind of enforce that students receive suffice financial aid for the future? While a lot of us here are planning on graduating soon or within the upcoming years, what are some things that the CSAC can do to further accommodate for students that are increase of tuition hikes? I would say that that'd be like one major policy ask.
Yeah, I would say my policy ask is aligned with Sears' recommendation to increase the generosity of financial aid to address basic needs. And that ask would be to increase the Cal Grant Access Awards so they actually cover real living costs, especially housing with regional adjustments where costs are highest. Sears highlights that living costs vary dramatically by region and that expenses like housing are outpacing current aid levels. And so students should not be priced out of higher education simply because their campus is located in a high cost community.
Right, well said. All right, so I think we can turn it to a couple commissioner questions for the student panel before I have one more wrap-up slide. Yes, Commissioner Rodriguez.
Well, I just want to thank the students for taking the time here to advocate. And I'll tell you that I think there was a long time ago, we were all in your shoes. So today, I think you're preaching to the choir, and this choir is listening to what you're saying. And we look forward to working with all of you to advocate for all the policy changes that you mentioned today. So thank you for reminding us. Thank you for giving us a sharper look at what our purpose is for the next couple of years, couple of months. So thank you for your advocacy. Great work today.
Other commissioners? Any questions? Okay, I do want to drop in. I'm going to just share a few thoughts. I just dropped in the chat, Brianna, so you'll be excited. You know, they just passed, the governor signed that we have a new financial literacy elective course requirement in high schools by 2027, 2028. They have to take this class on financial literacy. So the four of you are going to be the champions of ensuring that that curriculum has the affordability piece, because there's a lot of, I love my teachers, but a lot of them thinks, you know, we got to learn stocks and bonds, and which is great, right? We want to learn that, but what you're never going to be able to have the money to buy stocks and bonds to, you don't even get to go to, you know, if you don't get the resources and the job and the income and the career that you need a college affordability. And so when I think about that, I'm like you, four of you, you know, financial aid is how I made it through. And so I dropped that in there. You can take a look, because we love your partnership and advocacy on that, the four of you, because that's like, you know, what can we take control of now? That is happening. That's ready to go. But we got to make sure they hear from students like you that a good part of that class needs to be post-secondary college affordability and how you navigate it and what to do. And now we have a perfect vehicle. Imagine a whole semester when you were in high school, and a good part of that you're learning about those things, and you're doing your FAFSA during class and your California Dream Act. So I think that's so hopeful. And I was just sharing, I think some of you were in high school in 2021. And if you were, I don't know if you got your CalKids account, but you may have a CalKids account, college savings account. Okay, so if you don't know about it, I'll drop that in the chat. You could probably have a CalKids account ready for you that you haven't claimed yet. So let's make sure you do that. Okay, sorry, that's the counselor. Let's go back to the commission part. All right, I'm with Commissioner Rodriguez. Thank you so much, the four of you, for being here. Brianna, Flor, Benjamin, and Caitlin, for sharing your story, for sharing your why we're all here. Right, these commissioners are very busy running campuses, running universities, running institutions, but they come to this meeting for the four of you and all students in California. And you are that inspiration that reminds us why we're here, and we're with you. And so we love your partnership, and we're also here to support you as in your journey through higher ed. So I'll turn it back to Dr. Moldoff, and I'll drop that CalKids link in there. You just need your state ID number, but if you need any help, let me know.
Thank you so much. And yes, and you can also log into your Web Grants for Students account in order to see if you have that that you still need to claim. So thank you all so much for joining us today, for taking time out of your busy schedules. And then I'm going to pivot to next steps, which is all about making data actionable. So you've seen the report, you've heard from the students. What's the next step? Our next steps are engaging with partners on advocacy for financial aid reforms and expanded access to basic needs support. We're collaborating with other agencies to integrate basic needs information. We talked earlier today about how we've got CalKids and Web Grants for Students. We also want to get CalFresh application nudges in there as well. Also continuing to support students to access all the resources that are available for college affordability, seeing how we can spread the word about what is out there, because in many ways, the only thing really blocking access is knowledge that there is even something out there to access. And then also for next fall, so we just completed a cycle of SEERS, and then the survey we have that goes in complement with SEERS is the food and housing survey. We first administered this a couple years ago. It's basically the spin-off of looking at food and housing insecurity, but for fall 2026, we're trying to dig a little bit deeper and really look at the why. So rather than just doing the usual USDA like food insecurity and then like creating a percentage that every other report has, we're really trying to revamp the survey starting in January to really look at what are the things that make someone food insecure, housing insecure. One of the students mentioned having to commute 40 minutes in order to find affordable housing. That's a big piece of it, and that's not necessarily something that's stable housing. But when you think about it taking 40 minutes to reach stable housing one way, then is that really affordability? I mean, time is money, especially when you're a busy college student. So really looking forward to sharing more about that effort with you all soon. And with that, I believe that's my last slide. Yep, there you go.
Okay, thank you
so much.
Thank you so much. I'll turn over to Dr. Gonzalez before we open up for public comment.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. I just wanted to thank, of course, our CSAC team, Dr. Fuller, Dr. Moldoff. I want to highlight that the report was actually done in-house. And I want the team to drop it in the link because there's a set of recommendations at the end of the report. That was one of the first changes that we did. So we have a very clear roadmap. This is also a key deliverable of the CSAC Student Success Blueprint, where we wanted to reimagine this report. How could we actually use this tool? It technically isn't telling us anything new. We already knew we had a college affordability crisis in this country, in this state, and regionally, it's getting worse. That's what it is now showing us. What's really important is that at the end of the report, there are things that institutions can do today, what policymakers can do, what philanthropy can do, and what CSAC can do. We all play a role in this work. And as our students shared, the crisis is getting worse depending on the region. And the first thing that loudly all four of them have shared, from Brianna to Benjamin to Flo and Caitlin, is that regional diversity is really important in being able to update cost of attendance. The good news here, as Commissioner Saravia knows, she did double duty yesterday and today, Flo and Caitlin did double duty. We did a press conference. So when it comes to working with our partners, we started that work yesterday with PPIC on a press conference briefing. And one of the first things that we said is we need institutions to now take the SEER survey, update their cost of attendance. The community colleges do this every year after the survey comes out. They send out a really big memo and they essentially ask their colleges to update their cost of attendance. Why? Because immediately after you do that, many of the community college students actually qualify for the Community College Promise Grant. It's a really good next step. It doesn't solve all the problems, but that is one initial thing that you can do with the SEER survey. The other thing that we talked about yesterday during the press conference, Caitlin and Commissioner Saravia and Flo did an excellent job. We talked about what can California do. The first thing that California can do, as Flo shared, is focus on adult learners. That's making an investment in Cal Grant reform, even changing the transfer entitlement or the access award in Cal Grant by a single year would be transformative for adult learners. These are our students with dependents. These are our students who are working learners. Even a single year would transform the lives of students here in California. And then the other thing that I touched upon was a published op-ed in EdSource, which is we need to get organized here in California. We actually need a college affordability plan. I know that it's the first thing I said to all of you when I first got here. This is why we needed a strategic plan, something that is focused on students. And what that means is let's align social services, financial aid, and other types of aid in this state to better serve students as a collective. Not centered on institutions, but centered on students and their success in navigating this work. So I love hearing from Flo and Caitlin and Brianna and Benjamin, because their ideas, number one, are just a part of the journey that California is in. Think of all the things that didn't exist in this state when we were all students. I know this is personal for many of you. And so they are the next generation. And I just wanted to say thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Gonzalez. Okay. No, thank you. And I was going to just answer your question I saw in the chat flow. As of right now, it was for students enrolled in K-12 public schools back in the year right after 2021, 2022. But I think you bring up a great conversation. So let's continue that and just thank the four of you for your leadership. And we know it's not easy, but we're here for you. The commission stands by you. And if there's anything we need, anything we can do to help you, we're here. And then Brianna, I'm right down the street from you. So if you need anything, I'm right here in Riverside. Okay, downtown.
Oh my God. Yes.
I'm like 4 blocks from you. So I just come down anytime, okay?
Okay. Just
Okay.
let me know. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, we're so excited and we're so grateful to you. And at this time, we'll go ahead and I'll turn over to Catherine for public comment.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes, and thank you for all the students sharing your wise wisdom. So for public comment, item 12 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at the Sacramento location, then move to other locations and conclude with virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes. With that, I would like to acknowledge that we received 1 submitted public comment from Jaime Ramirez Mendoza, representing Ed Trust West. With that, we have 1 public comment in Sacramento. I now welcome Jaime to come and share.
I'm sorry y'all beat down my talking points. It feels like it's just repetitive.
I want to hear it.
But good afternoon, commissioners. Muchas gracias for the opportunity to comment. My name is Jaime Ramirez Mendoza, and I am a senior policy analyst at the Education Trust West. First, I want to thank CSAC for spearheading the College Affordability Summit. It was an amazing event that brought together key stakeholders, held informational sessions on crucial affordability content, and awarded this year's Race to Summit winners. That said, I want to commend CSAC for this year's report and your commitment to centering student voices and understanding the true cost of college. This work is essential as students' lived experiences must guide affordability policy, and SEERS is a powerful tool for doing just that. We especially appreciate 3 different elements of the report. 1, the inclusion of the regional housing cost adjustments, which helps reflect students' cost realities across California contexts from Del Norte County down to San Diego. 2, the attention to adult learners and parenting students as they face greater affordability obstacles. And 3, the call to increase financial aid completion at California community colleges. This is especially urgent as recent research by TICAS shows that in 2019-2020, nearly half of California community college students didn't apply for federal aid, leaving critical aid on the table. Muchísimas gracias for your leadership and for centering student voices throughout your work, and at Trust West appreciates your partnership in ensuring California's affordability policies truly serve all students.
Thank you, Jaime. I will now move into the virtual space. Beginning in alphabetical order with American River College, CSU Northridge, CSU Sacramento, Hotel Maya in Long Beach, Riverside County Office of Ed, San Diego Community College District, UC Riverside, University of San Francisco, Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles, and lastly, now opening it up to all Zoom attendees. With that, we don't have any virtual public comment submissions, and I will turn it back to Chair Cifuentes.
Thank you so much, Catherine. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 13. And once again, thank you, students, for being here with us. All right, we're going to go to item number 13, our strategic direction to advance equitable support, designing and use streamlined Cal grants. And at this time, we'll turn it over to Tay King, our Program Administration Deputy Director.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes, and good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm actually going to be opening the item. The item will be presented by our training manager, Leslie Matthews, and then our colleague from Cal Baptist University, Riley Marble. As we just heard, we're continuing to pursue and chip away at higher education and financial aid. The California Student Aid Commission is advancing equitable support as a guiding goal calling us to design and implement financial aid programs that center the needs of students. We just heard from the students, and we hope that we continue to do that, students at the center of all of our policy decisions. As part of CSAC Student Financial Aid Blueprint Goal Number 2, equitable support, we are committed to removing financial aid barriers for students as they not only enter, but also continue their educational journey. Outcome 2A, under the goal focuses on streamlining the Cal Grant renewal process to make it predictable, student-friendly, and timely. When we first had discussions around this particular goal, the team was really excited and prioritized the Cal Grant renewal process as one of the first strategic directions that they wanted to accomplish. Currently, the Cal Grant process, the Cal Grant renewal process is not automatic. The process is outdated and students must navigate complex and often burdensome criteria to maintain their Cal Grant awards. These challenges not only impact students, but also the institutions that continue to support them. While the Cal Grant Equity Framework has not been adopted and funded, we are excited to announce that a streamlined student-centered renewal process will be implemented for the 26-27 academic year. This is a significant step towards achieving outcome 2A and ensuring financial aid truly supports student success. These advancements would not have been possible without the expertise and collaboration of our institutional partners. Through our joint efforts, CSAC and our higher education segments have co-designed a renewal process that puts students first and strengthens our collective commitment to equity. To share more details about the new and improved renewal process, I am pleased to introduce my colleague and our training manager, Leslie Matthews. She was the project lead for this, and this is her first time presenting at the commission. So Leslie.
Thank you, Tay. And as Tay mentioned, he mentioned like probably the first half of my presentation, so I'm just going to reiterate. So yes, this was a collaborative effort between CSAC and our college segment partners, again, supporting our Goal 2 Student Success Blueprint framework, which is support, and that's removing financial aid barriers for new students as well as students continuing on their financial aid the college journey. Our overall goal is to improve and streamline the renewal process for both the students as well as the institutions. Next slide, please. So a little background on the project, again, cross-segment collaboration that we initiated, and its planned implementation is for the 26-27 renewal cycle. So we first presented this to our FAB members in January. We asked them for nominations for colleagues in their segments to be a part of our subcommittee. And we had our first subcommittee meeting in April of 2025. We had representatives from the community college, CSU, UC, private institutions, and CSAC's internal staff. Next slide. So some of the issues that we have with our renewals, as Tay kind of touched on, is the current conditions are pretty complicated, and they often cause delays and barriers to students in getting paid for their renewal year. So one of the things is that schools must fully reconcile students in the prior year so the Cal Grant can renew. And the final reconciliation deadline is in August, in which many schools have already begun new awarding for their new students. Next slide. So the existing renewal process is that you can just hit the animations. I'm sorry, I'm gonna take them out. Renewal notifications arrive too late in the year, usually June or July. There's a requirement that all prior year terms have a payment or an adjustment code. And this often poses challenges with award packaging as well as reconciliation. Next slide, please. So what we want having in our new renewal process that we will begin again in 26-27 is, well, one thing I want to say is that I didn't say before is that we actually sent out a survey to our college segment partners to get feedback from them on how we could improve the process. So we move forward with our project with those answers in mind. And a couple of them are here is starting the renewal process earlier, like March or April, requiring only one payment for students in their initial year, and then only one payment or adjustment code in their renewal year. Next slide, please. So some of the issues with the current renewal timeline, like I said, is that it typically runs in June or July, and that's usually following the processing of new Cal Grants awards for the upcoming year. And so this has, this causes issues with students as well as institutions. For the students, their renewal notifications come really late in the year, sometimes leaving insufficient time for them to plan properly for the upcoming year. And as we can imagine, this causes stress and uncertainty about if they'll be able to continue in their enrollment. And some of the issues for the institutions is the renewal rosters, aren't available when they're starting to package continuing students. So many schools have to rely on estimations for Cal Grant awards, and the timing does conflict with year-end reconciliation for the prior year. So, and preparing for incoming freshman students. Next slide. So our solution was earlier renewal timeline. We already have it in place. We won't have to do anything to change the system to have it move up from June, July to March or April. And the benefits for this is that the continuing students will have more time to plan for the upcoming year. Institutions will no longer need to estimate for the Cal Grant awards, and then it'll have less interference with year-end reconciliation and packaging for the new incoming students. Next slide, please. Another issue is having to have all terms satisfied. So under the current process, all terms in the academic year must be satisfied, which means it either needs a qualifying payment or an adjustment code before they can move forward with the award. And this, as you can see, would cause issues for students and schools. So it can cause delays, especially for students who might want to change school mid-year. They may want to take a leave of absence, or they may not be meeting academic satisfactory academic progress or SAP and may need to appeal. It required schools to fully reconcile to receive accurate renewal roster, which can be hard to complete in the so many other things going on. And it created a lot of manual award reinstatements for CSAC staff because there were like pending appeals or students who were prematurely withdrawn during the year-end reconciliation, which happens in August. Next slide, please. So our solution for that was having one term satisfied. So this simplifies the renewal process and still keeps us compliant with the California Education Code. So under the new process, awards can renew with just one prior term satisfied. And then only one prior year term with a qualifying payment or required for our new Cal Grant awardees to renew for their second year. And again, this still stays within the California Education Code, which is 69433.5A. Only one qualifying payment or adjustment code for all other awards. And then students who haven't yet completed their FAFSA or CADA for renewal, they will remain eligible for a renewal through June 30th of the following year instead of being withdrawn in August. So the goal was to have an automated renewal process, but due to one of the conditions for the California Education Code, we just came up with a short-term solution. Next slide. So some of our expectations with this new process is that we will have a simplified student-centered renewal process, which is what all this is about is having everything be student-centered and making it easier for the students. The renewal awards are timelier and more predictable for both the students and the institutions. It'll reduce some of the administrative burden on the institution, and we're still staying in compliance with the California Education Code. Next slide. So like Tay said, I was the project lead on this, but I relied really heavily on our segment partners as well as our internal staff to move forward with this project. I'm going to actually give a special thanks by name to our segment partners. We had Amber Kellogg from the CSU Chancellor's Office. We had Lucretia Cerruti from UC Davis, Rose Gomez-Delfin from Delta College, Sean D'Amico, also from Delta College, and Riley Marble, who is going to speak today from California Baptist University. And again, we're just really thankful that they were there to give us their input and allow us all to work together to help students and make this process a lot more easier. So I am going to turn it over now to Riley. I'm sorry, I was reading Ryan's name. Riley. And thank you, Riley. He was he's been very vocal and helpful as we go through this, and actually even being available today. So he's juggling. He got back here just in time. So I'm going to turn it over to you now, Riley.
Yeah, thanks, Leslie. Yeah, so being a part of the project, I first of all, I mean, I appreciate CSAC staff being willing to involve the schools and not just try to make decisions. And we all kind of work together as a team to try to help students out, help this processing easier for the schools, which makes it easier for the students downstream. I've been in financial aid for 10 years now, almost, and Cal Grant, been involved with Cal Grant for 7 heavily of that. And this has kind of been something that's like a pain point that entire time. So we're constantly making estimated financial aid offers based on the data. Like, we think you're eligible, but we don't know, and we kind of want to wait to get that renewal. So we're kind of in this limbo thing all the time because we don't have a roster until July. And then it's like July, we got to rush, and it's summer, and we're trying to get, not so much anymore, but we're trying to get verifications done. We're trying to get whatever else last minute things before school starts. So I think having Cal Grant renewals process in March and April is going to be super helpful for us, for me, but just for all the 4-year schools, especially. I think it's also going to help students to be able to see that they can afford college, or that, whatever they're at, or help them to plan earlier and have that extra 3-4 months to know, like, this is my solid financial aid offer. We do it because it's necessary, but I hate putting the word estimate on anything, because if it was me, I don't want an estimate. I want to know what it costs, So if we get that extra few months to be able to tell students, no, this is what it actually costs, like, we're very confident in this financial aid offer, that's going to be great. Another thing is that having the one payment term to satisfy and cause a renewal, instead of having 2 or sometimes 3 if they had a summer payment. We run into this issue when students transfer mid-year a lot, whether that's from a community college or another 4-year. They went to one school in fall, they're coming to our school in spring, but I don't know what's going on with that other school for fall. I don't know if they were eligible for Cal Grant there, or if it's just sitting on that roster. So I'm kind of like waiting for that other school to do something, and I can't really make a call on it for them. And so at the end of the year, I'm like, well, I guess they were a leave of absence. Like, I don't know. So I'll go and I'll put a leave of absence on fall just to get them to renew. So it's kind of like, I don't like doing that because I don't know if they were a leave of absence. Maybe they were eligible for Cal Grant and that school missed it. So anyway, that's another kind of cool thing about all of this. Man, I had one other thought, but I just lost it. I'm kind of all over the place today. I went to my son's 4th grade field trip today, so just made it back in time. But yeah, anyway, I really appreciate Leslie and the CSAC team and just being able to be involved with this process. I I think this will be a huge improvement and one that was fairly simple to make and do, I think. So yeah, keep them coming. Let's get some more things fixed.
Thank you, Riley. I wasn't even going to tell you were at a field trip.
Yeah, you weren't going to wrap me out, huh?
Yeah. I think that's the last slide for us. Any questions to direct directly to Tay?
Well done, Leslie.
Well, thank you so much, Leslie and Riley. Thanks for your contributions to the work group and also just imparting your thoughts and opinions today. We hope that this administrative burden of removing some of the things in the renewal process will definitely help. The renewal process for 26-27, we're in December. We talked about how close we are to the end of the year. But what happened in 4 months from now? So students who are thinking about 26-27 the fall, they'll start getting their renewals in March. So just 4 months from now. So we are super excited with how that's going to change the timeline and outlook for students, but also for our institutional partners. So we'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. We'll start with Commissioner Day.
First of all, I want to acknowledge Riley's coherence after being with fourth graders. I think that deserves, I think he's doing better than all of us, quite frankly. But let me just say thank you for this. Tay, especially to you. You and I talk about this a lot. I think this is the kind of work that may be some of the most important work that we do. Centering the process in students as opposed to centering the process in our process. And I appreciate the diligence. And Leslie, thank you for walking us through and stewarding this so that we could actually just make a few key decisions that I agree with Riley are going to make a real difference in how students even see the possibility of financial aid. I will ask us to just continue to keep pushing this and these kinds of organizational development practices that we need that actually put our students at the center of the analysis. Even with this, really asking, as great as it is, what is the experience of the student? How do they, let's ask them, how did they experience this process in a year and find out what do they actually say? Because maybe we need to do more. I just wanted to say thank you so very much for this work that oftentimes isn't the work that everybody wants to talk about, but is essential if we're going to improve access to financial aid. Thank you very much for your good work.
Thank you, Commissioner Day.
Questions from other commissioners?
Chair Cifuentes, if I may, I know we're running out of time. I just really want to say thank you to Leslie and Tay and Riley and everyone who was a part of it. These are not easy conversations. This is like a muscle. Imagine trying to ask your team. I know you all have your own teams that you lead with. Do your regular job. And at the same time, think about continuous improvement. And yes, go have really hard conversations that you don't want to have and that you've been putting off for many, many years. This was really incredible work. And I know we're all tired, but I want to actually clap because I'm really excited about this because we had it on a blueprint on a piece of paper. We didn't think we could get here, and less than a year in, we're here. And that's because of Leslie and Riley and Tay and everyone who rolled up their sleeves to have really hard conversations. So thank you. I know it was not easy. I know it was a long time coming, Riley. And let's keep going. Thank you.
And for everyone, I've been here a long time, and that was one of the things on my bucket list. So thank you.
Well, you still can't retire.
That's what I was just gonna say. Yeah, no, don't even try. I echo what you just shared. Just thank you, Leslie and Tay and the team for doing this. When you think about what we're trying to do, sometimes it's not necessarily more money, right? It's the systems we create and the systems we can change. And that student getting that notification earlier and Riley being able to say that ahead of time that they can't go to CBU and that makes all the difference. So I just want to say thank you for looking at, we can't fix some of the bigger problems, especially when it comes to budget or more money, but if we can look internally, it's like before we want to paint outside, we want to clean inside, and that's what you're doing. So just thank you so much for this work, and we're excited to see what that data, Riley, when you were talking and giving some examples of student scenarios, it's like, it'll be interesting to see, or maybe have you back later on and tell us the difference you're seeing in enrollment and all of that, especially like, because you're a private institution, but you're one of the best. You're in Riverside, so you're you're one of the best private campuses. But I think hopefully we'll be able to hear back from you how this is making a difference for enrollment. Okay. All righty. Thank you so much. So before we close out, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment. I'll turn it over to you, Catherine.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. For public comment on item 13 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We'll start with in-person comments at the Sacramento location, then move over to other locations in the virtual space. As of now, we do not have any public comments received in-person, so we'll move on alphabetically for the virtual space, beginning with American River College, CSU Northridge, CSU Sacramento, Hotel Maya in Long Beach, Riverside County Office of Ed, San Diego Community College District, UC Riverside, University of San Francisco, Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles, and lastly, opening up to all Zoom attendees. As of now, we did not receive any public comment in the virtual space. I will hand it back to Chair Cifuentes.
All right, thank you so much, Catherine. We'll go ahead and move on to our next item, item number 14, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. I will turn it over to Libby Avalos, our Section Chief Officer, Labor Relations and Human Relations.
Chair Cifuentes, I'm actually going to open up this item because I want to introduce our Deputy Director, our Acting Deputy Director, Sandy Melching. She's taken on the lead on this work of overseeing a really difficult division. As you all know, Sandy is not new to the work. She's been presenting in front of you for many, many meetings. She is our budget officer, and now she takes on this new challenge of serving as a deputy director and joining us today. I also want to honor the work of Libby Avalos. Libby has been working on our equal employment opportunity work for many years. She is an expert in the state. Then we then task on, please help us create a vision for diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, which is a resolution that you adopted just earlier this year. We're shifting and changing and during a really difficult time. And so asking Libby to do this hard work and to bring us together with a very clear vision from executives to managers to staff was a really big ask. And so this is a really important item. I hate that it's the last item, but I really want to ground us because the work of Libby and Sandy today, this is where that systemic change, that structural change that we're trying to do with the blueprint can all come tumbling down. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that we have a diversity of students from their aspirations, as you just saw in this meeting, the Golden State Teacher Grant Program, to transfer, right? Whatever it may be, the diversity of aspirations, the diversity of identity, the diversity of segments that we serve, that all leads back to the staff that we have. And whether we have supported them, trained them, and set the high expectations to serve the diversity of students that we serve. That's what you have in front of you. We are looking internally to better serve our students externally. So I want to hand it over to Sandy and thank her for taking on the reins as a leader statewide.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to present an update on our equity action plan with a focus on goal number 1 and number 2. Today, Libby Avalos will be walking you through our implementation progress since August 2025 and highlight how we are strengthening our DEIA impact across California's financial aid system. This phase of our work centers on 2 priorities. First, improving equitable access and outcomes across our programs. And second, ensuring that our operations and processes reflect the diverse needs of the students that we serve. We have made meaningful progress, and Libby will share today, what Libby will share today reflects the ways we've aligned our efforts with the statewide equity goals. We'll begin by setting the stage with a look at the demographic landscape of California's higher education system. So this slide that's on the screen right now illustrates that California's public college and university students make up one of the nation's most diverse student populations. In our community colleges, nearly half of the students are Hispanic, with strong representation of Asian, African American, and first-generation students. In the CSU system, Hispanic students now make up almost 49% of the student body, and nearly 1/3 are first-generation students. At the CSU, 36% of entering freshmen are first generation, and a majority of those students are from underrepresented groups or lower income households. These data points reinforce why DEIA is not an option or a separate initiative. It's fundamentally tied to the students who we serve. Our programs must be designed with these realities at the center. This demographic landscape underscores the responsibility we have as a department to advance equity in financial aid distribution, access, communication, and policy. Next slide. This brings us to the core message of DEIA, which is the core message, of this update, which is that DEIA is fully integrated into CSAC's mission and daily operations. It's not a standalone project or a single work stream. It is the lens which we design, fund, evaluate, and refine all of our programs. Many of our programs inherently serve historically underrepresented, first generation, low income, and system impacted students. Because of that, embedding DEIA into our processes is essential for fulfilling our statutory and moral commitments to our students, to our student access and social mobility. Our Equity Action Plan has helped us formalize this approach, ensuring our decisions from grant decisions to outreach strategies are guided by equity, inclusivity, and accessibility. In the next phases of our implementation, we'll continue building organizational capacity, refining internal workflows, and collaborating with partners to deliver on these commitments consistently and measurably. So thank you, commissioners, for your ongoing leadership in this work. And I'm now going to turn it over to Ms. Avalos to report on our Equity Action Plan progress.
Thank you, Sandy. If I could have, thank you. Okay, so our journey. So we began in August, where we already had significant assets. We had a 70-year mission-driven equity commitment. We already had a diverse workforce reflecting California. And then we had valuable programs that build community, like our fund committee and our mentorship that impacted supervisors and passionate staff. So the opportunity isn't fixing what's broken, it's scaling our strengths and or scaling what works and systemizing our strengths. So fast forwarding 4 months, we have a comprehensive understanding of our assets through executive management and staff input. We have a clearer picture of what's working and where amplification creates greater impact. We implemented a steering group, which will transition our plan to a strategic action. So we've built momentum, moving from good to excellent with clarity and purpose. So now moving forward, or viewing 2026 and beyond, we plan on systematic enhancements of our recruitment, hiring, retention, and promotion, building inclusivity values or inclusive values. And then we plan on scaling leadership visibility and communication agency-wide. And then we also plan on establishing talent development to ensure all staff meet and reach their full potential. And then lastly, we plan on or establishing a standing DEIA committee so we can provide ongoing coordination and continuous improvement. So if I could have somebody transition to the next slide, thank you. All right, so our commission's roadmap for equity. So this is anchored in resolution number 2501, affirming CSAC's commitment to embedded equity across all operations. It's aligned with Executive Order N1622, directing state agencies to advance equity, access, and accountability. And it draws from our department's blueprint, which outlines CSAC's strategic priorities and reinforces equity as a core driver. So our commission had established a DEI committee, which was tasked with producing an equity action plan, which was a roadmap of strategies to enhance equity in culture, processes, and talent development. Once that was created, we went ahead and transitioned and established a DEIA implementation steering group, which was then responsible or is responsible for taking that plan and turning it into action. Next slide, please. All right, so let's start acknowledging what sets CSAC apart. So we have a 70-year commitment to serving underrepresented students. Our mission naturally aligns with equity principles, and our workforce already reflects California's beautiful diversity. So our goals are not to create something from nothing. They're intended to systemize and scale what's already working. So with goal 1, we're systemizing the inclusive practices we already value, again, in the recruitment, hiring, retention, and promotion piece. And then in goal 2, we plan on scaling the community building successes we already created across our entire agency. Next slide, please. All right, so our implementation timeline. This reflects our core strength, or it depicts our core strength, in that CSAC values everybody's voice. So rather than leadership dictating top-down solutions, we spent the time listening first to executives who set strategic visions, to middle managers who bridge strategy and operations, and to all staff who experience our culture daily. So in August, we partnered with Foresight Strategy Solutions, which brought specific expertise. In September, we held workshops encompassing executives and middle managers, which captured leadership readiness, openness, and commitment. And it also discovered practical innovation on frontline wisdom. So in October, we also disseminated an agency-wide culture climate survey, which heard authentic voices from all agency levels. And then in November, the DEIA Implementation Steering Group was launched, which activated diverse staff to co-create solutions. So this timeline tells us a story of our agency that doesn't assume it has all the answers, but we seek wisdom from those doing the work. Next slide, please. All right, so to be clear about major strengths, CSAC already is diverse. Staff repeatedly identified this is something that they love. One leader called CSAC one of the most diverse agencies they've experienced. So our mission naturally attracts people from very varied socioeconomic backgrounds who understand their students we serve. As a result, goal 1 and 2 aren't about creating diversity from scratch. The opportunity now is to ensure that our diverse workforce can achieve equitably, can advance equitably, that all voices are heard and valued, and that everyone can reach their full potential. Next slide, please. All right, so when obtaining feedback from leadership and staff, we identified overlapping commitments, which were mutual trust in the process, alignment on what's next or needed next, and commitment to a healthy culture. Some of them were for an example, leaders and employees both express confidence in CSAC's trajectory, noting that meaningful DEIA work was already underway. Next slide, please. Other overlapping commitments included shared readiness and investment, values and existing strengths, and the vision for CSAC's future. So both leadership and staff are demonstrating strong readiness to advance DEIA. Both groups recognize and appreciate current CSAC assets, such as our mentorship program, DISC assessments, accessibility and support policies. And ultimately, the overlapping shows that both leadership and the workforce want CSAC to evolve in a way that supports equity, transparency, growth, and connection. Next slide, please. So department staff and team have identified 3 growth edges, which will take us from good to becoming excellent. So the first is leadership connection. So our strengths have been identified as our first line supervisors being accessible and supportive, and how we can scale this and find that opportunity in scaling it. We can extend the accessibility to senior leadership through walkabouts, listening sessions, and other information or other informal interactions. And then second, communication transparency. So current strengths that were identified were important decisions are being made thoughtfully. So a way to enhance this was suggested of sharing decision-making processes, rationales, and opportunities for input. And then the third was talent development. So the current strength identified was professional development opportunities already existing, and many access them fairly. So an opportunity for growth is creating transparent allocation systems, a clear career path, and an equitable workload distribution. All right, next slide, please. All right, so our steering group roadmap, what you'll see is our strategies, and our strategies are built on strengths that we already possess. So as we move through these really quickly, in November, we focused on, these are just some of the items, on enhancing valued mentorship programs, strengthening upward mobility. In December, we plan on focusing on our strategies of expanding job posting inclusivity, leveraging mission appeal through partnership. In January, our goal is to establish recruitment, or our goal and strategy is to implement staff suggested blind screenings. In February, it's to utilize our diverse data systematically. In March, we plan on expanding employee spotlights beyond the RCC or Colleague Congratulation Awards. And in April, our goal is to establish a long-term committee for sustained coordination. And so every single strategy asks what's working and how we build upon it. So next slide, please. All right, so in conclusion, and looking at 2026 and beyond, our vision is to become a model equity-driven state agency whose internal excellence elevates the outcome of our California students. So thank you for your time today. If you have any questions, feel free to let me or Sandy know, and we'll be more than happy to address them.
All right, thank you so much. Libby, do we have questions from our commissioners? Please, Commissioner Cardosa.
I have a question, Libby. Thank you so much for this presentation. It's exciting to see where we're headed. Can you give me a sense of who sits on the DEIA committee from the organization?
Oh, yes. We initially started off with our DEIA committee, but we did transition to our DEI to DEIA steering implementation group. So currently we have approximately, I think it's about 6 core members. It has a total, including Sandy, our executive members. So we have Jessica Moldoff on the group, Sandy, myself. We also have our a legal representative. So Anna Manuel is also on it. And then we have program representation and then alternating members as well. So I would say a core group of about 6.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Do you have other questions from our commissioners? Okay, Executive Director Gonzalez. Dr. Gonzalez, anything you'd like to add?
No, just kudos to the team. It wasn't long that you transitioned our work and set a clear priority for me to make DIA not just one of my goals for the year, but to really think about what it means for the agency. And we couldn't have done that without the external partnership and expertise of our contractor, but most importantly, Libby and Sandy, who are now leading this work on our behalf. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Libby and Sandy, for the presentation and for the work. And we know it's not easy, and you're doing it so strategically and with intentionality. And when you made that comment about us being diverse, I have to say I agree. Like I see it, I feel it when I'm in Rancho Cordova, when I'm on Zooms, when I see presentations and webinars. And so I think it's kind of interesting. It's something that I don't even just on our board too, in our commission, and it's something I noticed when I first joined, right? And so I think representation does matter. So I just want to say thank you for the work, because it's so important. So thank you. Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and move to public comment before we move on to our next item. So Catherine, please, if you could help us out.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. For public comment for item 14 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at the Sacramento location, then move to other locations in the virtual space. As of now, we do not have any in-person public comments submitted. So moving on to the virtual space in alphabetical order, beginning with American River College, CSU Northridge, CSU Sacramento, Hotel Maya in Long Beach, Riverside County Office of Education, San Diego Community College District, University of California, Riverside, University of San Francisco, the Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles, and lastly, opening up to all Zoom attendees. We received no virtual public comment submissions. I will now turn it back to Chair Cifuentes.
Thank you so much. All right, we're at the end, commissioners. I know, and team, it's been a long day, and thank you for bearing with this as we ran a little bit behind. But at this time, I'd like to go to item number 15, any new business to be considered at future meetings. So commissioners, do we have any new business? The team's doing a lot, so there's not a lot of, I haven't been doing too much new business, but anything we'd like to add?
I'll add one, and I'm sure we'll get a briefing on this, but would love to learn a little bit more about the workforce Pell. And I know that there's a lot of rulemaking at this point, but would love a conversation about that later. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rodriguez. I did get an ask from another community college leader in our area just yesterday about that. What's going on, Catalina? So yes, thank you for bringing that forward. Okay. Anything else? Anybody else? Commissioners? Okay, at this time, before we go, I ask a motion to adjourn our meeting. We move on to item number 16. I'd like to turn over to Dr. Gonzalez and see if there's anything else you'd like to add that you have us all here together or share.
Commissioners, thank you for the extra time. This was Kat's first meeting. I think she did an excellent job. Yes. I wanted to Jose and Maria. They're here in Sacramento. You can't really see them on the screen, but it's a small but mighty team working really hard. And I know Elke is in San Diego, so thank you to all the different locations who are there. It was a great meeting, a lot of really good work. This was a really big meeting, and I'm really proud of the team. We set 10 goals. We wanted to achieve just 10 things, right, Catalina? 10 things between now and the end of this year related to the CSAC blueprint. When we did our review and analysis 2 weeks ago before Thanksgiving, we had already achieved 6 out of 10, and we were en route to achieve 2 more by the time December ends. The pacing has been fast. The expectations have been high, and I can't be more proud of this team. So thank you for spending time with us and allowing us to brief you on what we have been doing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gonzalez. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you, all of you, for the commitment to our students. And with that, I just hope everyone has an amazing holiday season and enjoys some time off and takes actually those full 2 weeks. I know some of you commissioners will try to work during those holidays because you'll get more done. Let's take it off, everybody, the 2 weeks. All right. I'm so grateful for everyone. Have an amazing holiday season. Thank you, CSAC team, for all your work and the life-changing work you're doing. With that, if I can get a motion to adjourn our meeting.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Cardosa. We will adjourn our meeting and it's 2:46 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Happy holidays.
Leave the meeting.